Hello, everyone. Welcome back. Welcome back to the late show. We'll have a little bit of background noise tonight because I wanted to get back to the studio and smoke a cigar tonight with you as we are completing our preview of the Antiquorum Geneva auction that's going to take place on November the 5th and the 6th. And there were a few pieces that I had missed from the lots that we have skimmed over. And I wanted to bring that back and take a look at some interesting watches that deserve a second look, deserve more than a cursory look. In this case, we have an Omega Louis Brandt skeletonized, open-worked perpetual calendar. Of course, Omega is a brand that we know and love for their strong legacy in tool watches, for those mil-spec watches that they supplied the the UK especially, British divers, frogmen, for those, of course, for those chronographs they supplied NASA, the famous moon watch, and all their successors that were carried over into the lineup today, namely the Speedmaster and the Seamaster 300. Those are the watches that we know and love, but obviously Omega is by no means limited to those models, to those watches. They have, over the years, produced many, many interesting pieces, especially under the Constellation and Deville series. Here is something that's very special, something that they actually named after their founder, Louis Brandt. That was the name of the person who established Omega as a manufacturer, and they have made a very limited number of these perpetual calendars. I'm sure even more limited with this open work dial configuration. Here's an example in 18 karat yellow gold. Full perpetual calendar with a leap year indicator as well, and a moon phase at 6 o'clock. Very unique piece. Apparently sold in 2003 in their Paris boutique. And as you can see, you don't really have to pay a princely sum for a watch like this from Omega. The estimate is set right around 4 to 8,000 US dollars / Swiss francs. There are a few others that I wanted to share with you. This was lot 221 that I seemingly have skipped over in the earlier sessions. At lot 48, we had that third Gérald Janta design from the 1970s. This was the piece at the time that was the only piece out of those three that was built with an in-house caliber by IWC. It was supposed to be engineer's watch, an engineer's watch, anti-magnetic. And we have this basket weave carbon fiber pattern kind of decoration on the dial, which gives it a very unique look. Perhaps the most tool watch looking out of that 70s trilogy of Gérald Janta designs between the Audemars Piguet Royal Oak, Patek Philippe Nautilus, which were both built around the Jaeger-LeCoultre automatic tractor movement caliber 920. Here we had the IWC Ingenieur SL Jumbo in stainless steel with an integrated bracelet, unique bezel with a 3 bolted design, and a very unique piece that reflected very much its own time, but also lived on in so many different iterations, except no longer available from IWC in a way that harkens back to its original form. This is the jumbo version, so it is the 40 millimeter case. And because of its limited number, I think less than 600 pieces, most certainly, they are increasingly more difficult to come by and especially harder to find in impeccable condition. Powered by the caliber 8541 by IWC. Anti-magnetic, with hacking seconds, so to speak. So interesting design elements that places it right next to Audemars Piguet Royal Oak and Patek Philippe Nautilus. Much more rare than any one of them, especially in this jumbo form. And for that reason, quite desirable. This example is quite well preserved. Here is Antiquorum's own grading, right? It might need servicing, but other than that, looks pretty good. And their estimate for it is 15 to 20,000 Swiss francs. And there are elements of it that make it more or less desirable, of course, compared to a Patek Philippe Nautilus or Audemars Piguet Royal Oak from that first generation, whether we're talking about reference number 5402 for the Royal Oak or 3700 for the Nautilus. This will set you back for less, in many cases considerably less, but you will not be getting a lesser watch compared to them. In a way, you will be getting something that has more of a tool watch feel, more of a sporty elements of design than a Royal Oak, and certainly than a Patek Philippe Nautilus. And there we have it. That's lot 48, IWC reference 1832, Ingenieur SL Jumbo, with an estimated value of 15 to 20,000 Swiss francs, roughly from 1982. For those who don't necessarily want to commit, who like certain elements of that design, and perhaps prefer something smaller, something mid-sized. And for those, there is reference 3508, which is at lot 50. And this is the 34 millimeter version of the IWC Ingenieur with a white dial. Similarly, it has those gilt yellow gold accented dial fixtures. These are a little more common, perhaps a little more wearable compared to the 40 millimeter integrated bracelet piece. Might therefore be preferable. Might be easier to explore as well. You know, if you're just dipping your toes in Ingenieur as a piece of design, you have perhaps a Royal Oak and a Nautilus, and you want to complete the trilogy, but you are not quite sure whether you are ready to invest in an Ingenieur SL Jumbo. This might very well be an interesting first step into sampling this model, because they are quite possibly always a great deal. Um, Again, we don't quite know how this will finalize, what kind of price lot 50 will realize, but the estimated value is somewhere between 3 to 5,000 US dollars. And this is one in very good condition, you know, AA rather than AAA. So they rated it a little less high compared to that Ingenieur Jumbo. This is lot 50, IWC reference 3508, Ingenieur, with an estimated value of 3 to 5,000 US dollars. At lot 29, again, another target of opportunity, another interesting piece, something that they're selling without reserve, which means bidding starts at 1 franc. You have a deep sea master mariner, Jaeger-LeCoultre diver, with that classic vintage diver cushion-shaped case, an internal rotating bezel. I think it's a beautiful piece of design. Looks very wearable, very sporty, should appeal to all kinds of diver watch fans, all kinds of collectors of tool watches and sports watches from the era. Reference E558. JLC Master Mariner with a cushion-shaped stainless steel case, sold in April 1971, comes damn near as a full set with its box, warranty, customs duty document, additional stainless steel Stelax bracelet, and has that late 60s, 70s super compressor cushion-shaped diver case. It is estimated to fetch somewhere between $5,000 to $10,000. Again, could be a great sports watch for those of you who are collectors of Jaeger-LeCoultre. Could be an interesting addition to those of you who like diver watches and want to sample something with a strong vintage element. Or those of you who are committed to collecting 60s and 70s divers watches. And this is one of the ultimate examples. Lot 29 with an estimated value of 5 to 10,000 Swiss francs. And again, you are in a way getting a piece of something quite rare, made in only 1,500 examples between 1967 to 71, and a case that was made by Eugène Piqueret SA, a super compressor case. Another target of opportunity at lot 57, Parmigiani Fleurier toric chronograph. This is a watch that they no longer have in their lineup. In yellow gold, it is basically a contemporary take on a Breguet style chronograph. Here in white gold, it's a little sportier, a little more dynamic. Arabic numerals with a stylized font. You are getting an integrated automatic chronograph that is built on that famed, much vaunted Zenith El Primero caliber 400 Z base, and with these broad alpha hands and the unbeatable blue, white, and red combination, you're getting something really special and possibly at a great deal. Again, this is just an estimate, but that is 6,000 to 8,000 US dollars. That was lot 57, Parmigiani Fleurier toric chronograph in white gold. We have at lot 215, oh, interesting, 548 Vikings. I think we talked about this, my friend. I do prefer the original. I'm not a strong proponent of the Air King, at least not in that Bloodhound dashboard iteration that we have currently and in the previous generation. But I do prefer the single 5-digit no crown guards version to the current one. And in the long run, I do recommend that you keep that 548 Vikings. Bruce G, nice to see you again. Bruce G offers a dissenting voice. In my humble opinion, the new reference Air King is so much improved, thinner, newer movement, design, more loom, and is available for close to retail on the secondary market. And I'm sure, actually, if you're patient enough, if you give it a few months, 3 to 6 months at most, I'm sure you can get it through an authorized dealer as well. It's not an impossibly difficult watch to get. People are getting GMT Master 2s allocated again, finally. Not in the Pepsi or Sprite configuration, but part of our community. Maybe he will come and announce it here in a little bit. I don't want to out him. But one of uh, one of our community members recently got allocated Batman blue and black with the Jubilee bracelet um, without any spending history with that particular AD. So things happen, and I'm sure you can get a new Air King that way. I think you already have the previous version. I recommend that you keep that. Clearly, there was something about that watch that made you get it. So you probably love it. Don't just exchange it with the new one just for the sake of it. But ultimately, if you are convinced that what you will have is superior and preferable to you, go with the new one. And while you are mulling over that decision, while you're still making that decision, get on a waiting list, either with your established AD or strike a relationship with someone new. And I'm sure they will be able to get you this watch, actually. This is Omega Cosmic 1951. It is a triple date with the moon phase. Traditionally square shaped dress watch with stylized lugs. I think a very appealing combination of black and gold. Pointer dates on the chapter ring, day of the week and month through the two openings by 12 o'clock, or on the 12 o'clock side right under the logo, and small seconds, as well as the moon phase at 6 o'clock. Again, not the kind of watch that perhaps we associate most immediately with Omega, but a beautiful watch nonetheless. The alpha hands reinforce the rather retrofuturistic vibe of the watch. This is lot 215, 1951, limited to 1951, less than 2,000 pieces. Comes with both a tank buckle and a deployant buckle in matching pink gold. Full set as part of Omega's museum collection. I think very appealing and very unique for the right collector, someone who is on the hunt for oddly shaped watches, for different Omegas, perhaps someone who is trying to complete that set of the museum collection and is missing out on this particular example of the Cosmic 1951. There you have it, and has that specific pusher that comes with it for you to adjust the dates and the moon phase as well. That was Cosmic 1951. So now let's go back to our lots. I don't want to make you dizzy, so I will scroll down quickly on my own before I switch the screen. You, Bruce G, do you mean whether I will broadcast live any of the auctions, or whether I would bid on such auctions? So let me see where we are. I think we're already in the 300s, so less than 100 watches left. We have the whole night. We are here. We're not going anywhere. And we have a new old stock bluesy. Let's start with that. Unworn 116613 with that gorgeous sunburst dial. From the 6-digit era, of course. Super case, maxi dial, full set, unworn, and the estimate is 15 to 20,000. It was retailed, it was sold in December of 2017. Of course, these were replaced by the new 41 millimeter streamlined cases just very recently. So it's a matter of preference. I do prefer the newer designs, but this could be an interesting target of opportunity for someone on the secondary market. I don't think the price is very attractive here since bidding starts at 15,000. It's not necessarily a bargain. Even for a new old stock watch, I would rather remain patient, sit back and wait. There's the 5-digit version, 16618. 16613, which is the two-tone, of course. Next up at lot 311. And those, of course, actually present a very decent bargain. On the secondary market. And here the piece is listed with an estimated value of $8,000 to $13,000. It's not in a stellar condition, but if you can actually acquire it closer to the lower end of that spectrum, this could well be an interesting target of opportunity. That was lot 311. We have at lot 312 a very interesting white gold Daytona with salmon mother of pearl dial, right? A mother of pearl dial with a pinkish hue that is gem set with diamonds, Arabic numerals at the counters, the coronet at 12 o'clock, and 2 rows of diamonds as well on the bezel. A very good example of it that's almost in an impeccable condition. Comes with its papers, retailed somewhere in Germany, I think. I can see Deutschland there in the backgrounds by Wempe, clearly. You can get a closer look at the mother of pearl dial here, and you can see that pinkish hue. There is that minimal contrast as well between the primary dial and the chronograph registers. And the estimate is accordingly 60 to 90 $1,000 for this white gold Daytona, white gold gem set Daytona on a leather band with a matching buckle. 11589. I've placed bids before. I've never officially bought anything on an auction, but I've placed bids before online and in person. Good to see you. Good to see you. For online. Yeah. But I don't think I will be participating in an active manner in this particular run. I'm sticking to it. I don't think it's the best time to buy a watch as we speak. Here we have 116509 with a meteorite dial. And as you know, all of these have their own character, their own expression. No two slices from the meteor are the same. And this is a particularly brown example of it. You know, usually, at least from a certain distance before natural light shines upon it, meteorite dials can register as mostly white. This one is mostly brown, so very unique. Might be a preferable thing for some. I'm not sure how good it looks. I have certain qualms with the Roman numerals. I do agree with my friend Swiss that a white metal Daytona, a white metal chronograph, even when it's white gold, registers as something sporty to me. I would love to see something with similar, simple indices, or even a version of the so-called racing dial with the oversized Arabic numerals on top of the meteorite dial. But with Roman numerals, it looks fine as well, just not what I expect to see. This is a 116509 white gold Daytona on a matching bracelet with a brown tinted meteorite dial. A very unique example. Quite a beautiful watch, nevertheless, even if it's not to my liking. I think objectively it's pretty interesting. It has a lot of visual interest for sure. And this is lot 313 with an estimate of 45 to 65,000 Swiss francs, which is more or less on the level of parity with the US dollar at this point in time. We have the 5-digit Sea Dweller at lot 314, 116600. A full set in this case. You have it in excellent condition, with its diver's extension, with its papers, with its box, calendar, booklets, everything else. The original invoice from Bücherer, the service invoice as well. Very good condition from the from 2006. One thing to note is that it actually has a case that was replaced at service. For that kind of watch, I would expect an even better deal, honestly. So I would not necessarily recommend this watch at this price point, but it is what it is. It is a full case. At least it has the entire set of documentation with it, including the service invoice, so that can't hurt. This is lot 314. It is a Rolex reference 16600, a Sea Dweller with a service replacement case. Excellent condition, but a service case with an estimated value of 10 to 15,000 US dollars. You have a great white Sea Dweller. This is what followed upon the double red, right, with all 4 lines of writing in white, hence the great white with its chunkier, heftier case, of course, compared to a Submariner. 1665 with an estimated value of 15 to 20,000. And it has a presentation box of some sort, but it doesn't belong to it, so I don't know what that means. It is estimated to fetch somewhere between 15 to 20,000, which is a decent enough price, especially if it is in the excellent condition that they testify to. This is a 1665 Great White Sea Dweller that has an estimated value of $15,000 to $20,000, lot 315. We have at lot 316, Submariner 1680. A so-called single red, comes as a full set in a very good condition with just a splinter of loom missing from the minute hand. Otherwise, everything seems basically perfect. The luminous material, which is tritium, of course, on the dial has aged into this puffy, creamy color. Matching with the luminous pip on the rotating bezel. The hands are just a shade lighter in color, which again, I always have to correct this common misperception. People who supposedly know a lot about these watches get this wrong almost all the time. A perfect match is more often than not actually a sign of a previous owner's OCD, of possible tampering, in fact. Because as you know, Rolex in the 60s, in the early 70s was far from the embodiment of horizontal and vertical integration that it is today, far from the epitome of an integrated production facility that it has today. So the dial was forced from one supplier and the hands from another. And even when they used the same component for the luminous material, which was tritium at the time, they had their own mixes. They had their own formulas for it. So oftentimes, in fact, the hands and the dial, in terms of their luminous material, don't necessarily age. And in fact, more often than not, don't exactly age to the same shade of patina. So these sorts of inconsistencies are not only tolerable, but perhaps preferable. Hands should be aging between themselves among the hand for hour, minutes, and second. They should be even, but they don't always match the dial. And that, of course, doesn't match at all the background of the date, right? That sort of perfect match, which occurs naturally, that includes also perhaps the luminous pip of the bezel, is very rare and not at all something that you should necessarily look for. This is lot number 316, a single red Submariner, 1680, with an estimated value of $15,000 to $25,000. And from year 1973, it comes as a full set, including an anchor even. Hi, Junior. Nice to see you, man. At lot 318, we have a very interesting, rather patinated, but still quite unique Patek Philippe Calatrava. Pink on pink, pink gold case, pink dial that has some effects of a humidity ingress on the indices as well as the center of the dial. It is signed right under the center of the dial by Freccero, which is an authorized dealer or jeweler at the time from Uruguay. And it has an estimated value of 3,000 to 5,000 Swiss francs. And this is a positively minuscule Calatrava, of course, at 30 millimeters, but could be an interesting grab for a collector who is looking for a double-signed Calatrava from the time period. This is Patek Philippe pink on pink Calatrava from 1940s with a Freccero signature at 6 o'clock with an estimated value of 3,000 to 5,000 Swiss francs. We come to an exceptional example at lot 316 of a co-signed watch. $2526 is a very important reference for a Patek Philippe collector because this is the first Patek Philippe Calatrava with an automatic movement that beats inside it, with an automatic caliber with a full rotor at its beating heart. They have these beautiful enamel dials. Here's one example with the yellow gold, in yellow gold, and right above the small seconds and right below the center of the dial, it is also signed by that famous Cuban retailer, Cuervo y Sobrinos. This watch actually has a very beautiful decorated rotor. You can see the elements of the case profile that are largely intact. The double P crown, which has a very unique style from that period of time. And the movement itself is quite a delight, especially that decorated gold rotor of it. In fact, it's so beautiful that some collectors struck a deal with Voutilainen et Catin to have customized sapphire casebacks made for this watch, only to be able to take a peek at it at their leisure. So this is lot number 319, a Patek Philippe Calatrava reference 2526 in yellow gold with an enamel dial that is double signed by Patek Philippe Genève and Corvo y Sobrinos, which is a Habana-based jeweler from that time period. Very wearable at 35 millimeters, mid-50s piece. Comes also with an archival extract, apparently, which, of course, would testify to its provenance as having been retailed by Cuervo y Sobrinos. 20 to 40,000 US dollars. And it actually has that particular A initial of Antiquorum, which they reserve for their most exceptional watches. At lot 323, we have a rectangular Patek Philippe reference 425 with a black dial. Always an attractive combination, of course. Black gold, hand-wound caliber, an Art Deco design, a perfect gentleman's dress watch with the nickname Tegolino. Comes with an archival extract, and it's a watch that was sold in 1942. Lot 323 with an estimated value of 4,500 to 9,000 Swiss francs. Hey, Basil. Nice to see you, man. At lot 324, we have another pink on pink Patek with a patinated dial that seems very evenly aged and somewhat spotted, but from a distance, it looks quite even and even beautiful, I have to say. This is a very early version of a serially produced hand-wound chronograph by Patek at reference 130. At that time, the movements were Valjoux 13-based caliber, which you can see here. Geneva seal, column wheel right there. And pink on pink is always an attractive combination. So even in this positively minuscule 33 millimeter case size, which should be very similar to what I'm wearing today, it is a very attractive piece, very beautiful piece. They have a very quaint but attractive presence on the wrist, even if you are used to more modern watches, even if you are used to sports watches, these could actually do some great duty as dress watches. In yellow gold, they're most common. In pink gold, they're a little more rare. In stainless steel, they're even harder to find. But this is a particularly handsome example, and with an estimated value of $30,000 to $50,000, it's not too shabby at all. Patek Philippe hand-wound chronograph, reference 130. And in the pink on pink combination, it's quite desirable. This was lot 324. As always, feel free to dig into those listings, highlight any of the lots if you would like for me. If you want me to take a deeper look at any of these listings, feel free to direct my attention with a super chat. Here is again another watch that Antiquorum wanted to set apart with their signature A, referring to a particularly exceptional example, lot 325, that inaugural reference of Patek Philippe Nautilus Jumbo 3700 in yellow gold with an estimated value of $140,000 to $200,000, comes with an extract from the archives, which they have on order, and a pair of matching yellow gold Nautilus cufflinks. And of course, its particular point of appeal, in addition to being, of course, the more rare example of the 3700 in yellow gold, it is also a one owner piece, a property of the German owner who had initially purchased the watch. And being a yellow gold watch, once again, it preserves the crisp hallmarks of that material, a very rich, deep blue dial that verges on black. A very handsome watch, honestly. Even I, not being such a huge fan of the Nautilus as a piece of design, can appreciate this. It's a fantastic little piece. Lot 325, 3700 Nautilus Jumbo, estimated to fetch somewhere between 140,000 to 200,000 Swiss francs, comes with a matching set of Nautilus cufflinks. We have in the next lot a 3800 in yellow gold. You can immediately notice, even from a photograph, a few differences. Of course, this has a centrally deployed seconds hand. This has sweep seconds. The date has actually a background that matches with the color of the dial. And of course, the case is a 36 millimeter case, a mid-sized case. 3800 is an interesting reference. It wears quite well. Of course, it is something that you would rather venture out and see for yourself. Slap one on the wrist and see whether it is actually a size and proportion that appeals to you. I think from a design standpoint, I really do like how mid-sized Royal Oaks wear on my wrist, which is a small wrist. Um, Whereas I feel the Nautilus, anything smaller than jumbo, feels a little too small, at least to me, to my eyes. But that's just personal opinion. I would highly recommend that you venture out and try, because 3,800 is still where you can get some deals for the Nautilus. They're still very expensive. I think they have some ways to go down, not all the way down, but a little. The prices are going to dip a little more, I think, in the 3,800 range. In yellow gold, they're always a little more rare compared to stainless steel and two-tone examples. And this lot 326 is estimated to fetch somewhere between $50,000 to $70,000. You have at lot 327 what was once the stepchild of the Patek Nautilus range. Comes with its original box and certificate, as well as the pusher for the adjustments, or rather the pin for the adjustments. The Nautilus moon phase with the power reserve, as well as the asymmetric dial with running seconds at 4.5 o'clock. This reference always had its own enthusiasts, a specific group of fans who appreciated its micro rotor movement. I think it's an attractive watch, and it has started to get the attention that it deserves once the Nautilus became hyped up beyond recognition. 5712 was to join 5711 soon enough. And nowadays, this is how they're trending. And this particular example at lot 327 has an estimated value of $80,000 to $120,000. Hi, Nick. Hi, Peeping Time. Nice to see you both. At lot 330, you have a Vacheron Constantin chronomètre royal, yellow gold on a kind of integrated bracelet design. A very beautiful dress watch. The dial has developed quite an even and warm patina over the years. A few spots that are visible at the closer inspection. Alpha hands. And this is a piece from mid 50s at 35 millimeters. It's a respectable size for a dress watch from the period. Comes on a matching bracelet in yellow gold, and the estimate is 5,900 to 7,800 Swiss francs. This was lot 330. At lot 331, we have a Patek Philippe Golden Ellipse, reference number 3548 with a hand wound movement in white gold with a matching Milanese bracelet, an estimated value of $3,000 to $5,000. Along with the Audemars Piguet Cobra, the Golden Ellipse is a neglected integrated bracelet design from that period of time, but they are very elegant, discreet, and in many ways ultra thin dress watches. I think very desirable when they have a manual caliber inside them, when they have a hand wound movement inside them instead of the quartz. And in white gold, I think they look really handsome. And this integrated bracelet is not too bad either. We have an exceptional example of a 6205. Again, with a heavily patinated dial, with the luminous material on the dial having taken this brownish pumpkin hue, chocolate brown patina on the dial more largely, has its original bezel with what looks like a replacement pip. You can see how that bezel is non-graduated. It's not divided into discrete minute markers, as you can see. And it is on this double fold canvas strap, which really fits the vibe of the watch. A very rare piece, very interesting piece. The movement, they say, might need some servicing. The case is maybe not exceptional. They have still given it their particular A grade to highlight the rarity of the example. And again, for the right collector, this could be an interesting target of opportunity. Lot 334. And this Submariner reference 6205 is expected to fetch somewhere between $30,000 to $50,000. We have a small crown 6538. This is perhaps in a more desirable condition. But again, its looks can be deceiving. When you look at it at first glance, it looks just fine. But if you know how to recognize it, it's a service style. It might also be a later bezel. I think it's certainly a replacement bezel. I don't know if it's replaced at service or not. If we look at it, it does specify the dial as a service dial. It does also say that the hands are service hands. So even when they are old enough to have developed a patina of their own, they're not original to the watch. I assume the same, pardon me, about the bezel insert as well. But otherwise, you have quite an attractive case with the original chamfers largely intact. even if the case seems to have also seen some previous polishing. We have the original bracelet, a decent example of the small crown, which has unfortunately lost its appeal to the collectors because of the service dial and the service hands, but still a very handsome watch, a nice vintage Submariner aesthetic. This is lot 335, reference 6536, Submariner small crown, valued at $9,000 to $13,000. Next up, we have another no crown Submariner. A big crown, so-called coroncione. But once again, it is an example that suffers from unoriginal replacement parts. The replacement dial, the service dial, should be an easy tell. Once again, just because you have seen patina does not mean it is the correct patina. It is the correct dial for the watch. And here, again, you have something that has a very decent case, even if it is seen better times. Correct bracelet, but you have once again a watch, the collectability of which has suffered as a result of a service dial, a 6538 Submariner. Beautiful piece, but not original. This is lot 336, 15 to 25,000 Swiss francs of estimated value. Hey,
Hey, Lord, how are you doing?
good man. Nice to see you.
Yeah, I just saw you were looking over some really fun pieces, so I thought I would. I mean, I don't really know anything about this, but I thought I could, say hi and enjoy it with you.
Of course. That's so nice.
Yeah.
It's a great surprise, man. Nice to see
Oh,
you.
thank you. I mean, I'm glad. Like, thank you for having me for sure. I mean, I love hearing you, like for sure, and like, it's always great to talk and have a couple minutes.
Yeah, man. Jump on board. Um, Here you have basically an example that's largely original. I think one of the hands is changed. I'm guessing it is the GMT hand, but I can't be sure without inspecting it more closely. This is a 4-digit GMT master, of course, 1675, lot 337, roughly from year 1964. I think the bracelet also is a later bracelet, although we don't have really any other shots of it, so I can't quite see it. But once again, at the lower end of the spectrum, this could be an interesting grab. Lot 337, 1675, Rolex GMT Master with an estimated value of 10 to 15. Did you see any examples on the website that you would like to discuss, on the link?
I haven't looked through this, but I was like straight up just like seeing these for the first time with you. But on that last one, what something that I always find interesting is the estimated values on these.
Mhm.
Like obviously that's a whole nother game, but obviously that would be a steal if that falls anywhere in that range. I would say. I'm curious to hear your thoughts on that.
At the lower end, I think it could be an interesting.
Not with all the refinish stuff, I guess, but
Well, I mean, this one is minimally refinished. I think, if you really want to establish a larger value, um, like a hierarchy of importance when it comes to watches of this vintage. You have to look at the face first,
Okay.
right? So if the dial is original, that's the most important thing. And after that, you have a fat case. If it's unpolished, that's great. But if it has seen some polishing, but nevertheless preserved the larger outlines of a factory finish, that's also desirable. And after that, honestly, everything can be somehow redeemed afterwards
Yeah.
if you really like to. So it's really about getting the right value at the right price point. So in this case, if
Always.
we are
Yeah.
just talking about, just a changed GMT hand, if you can grab this for $10,000,
Yeah, that's actually a steal for sure. Yeah.
that could be a good
Well
deal.
said. Yeah, well said for sure.
And again, when it comes to, you know, let's say a 4-digit Submariner, we don't necessarily have to focus on either one of these examples, but even for a 5513, let's say it has a service dial. Let's say it has a more modern bracelet. None of these are huge problems per se. They destroy the collectability. That's one thing. But if you want a watch that has a vintage feel, but a kind of modern wearability, if you have a 5513 with the most modern Submariner bracelet you can fit onto that, Oyster bracelet you can fit onto that is 93150. um, you can have a piece that has a vintage aesthetic but kind of a contemporary wearability, and if you get the right deal for it, if you pay less than 10,000 for that, let's say 8 9,000, that could still be a good deal.
Yeah,
I'm not
definitely.
even against watches that have a service case. If you know what you're getting, and if you are getting a hefty discount on them, if you get a certain price accommodation.
Hmm. Yeah,
uh,
well said. If you're totally aware of like going in, if you're totally aware going in what you're getting and you don't mind it, 100% go for it. And if you're getting that sort of discount, I could be tempted by that too at the right price. So I'm
of
all on
course.
board for that.
But again, these are very hypothetical discussions. My advice is always to find dealers who specialize on this, or absent of these kinds of connections and absent of that kind of established trust, find a friend, or get in touch with someone like me who can actually help you source a piece like that, help you put in touch with the right kinds of dealers.
I do think at this point, like with the amount of shady dealers that are out there, it like
Yeah,
if somebody asked me like a year ago if I would recommend that, I would think it's kind of comical, and maybe that's because like you and me, like we've like learned how to like operate in the space a little bit, but like straight up, like I do agree with you on that, and that I think you hear the amount of just ridiculous stuff. You sometimes like need a friend or a hand to guide you through it. So yeah, I
of
hear you
course.
on that especially.
Of course. I mean, look, there are very established dealers like Eric Wind, for example.
Yeah. Yeah.
Um, like I think my Polish being what it is, I think it's Jacek at Tropical Watch. He's pretty good. HQ Milton is quite decent, although they have a more varied inventory that's sometimes hard to navigate. But I always recommend, even when you are dealing with a dealer of that caliber, never be afraid to ask for a secondary opinion, so to speak, right?
Yeah,
And
I think
ask,
that's the best thing. The second opinion, like that works in medicine. If you need to get if you need to get a second X-ray, there's nothing wrong with that. You really
perfect,
shouldn't feel bad about like going to ask a second doctor when it's your health. So it's the same thing.
perfect.
It's your money. It's your money. It's your health. You shouldn't have a problem asking a second opinion.
Right. It's actually a great analogy. Of course, our expertise is oftentimes nothing compared to people who go through the
Oh, of
rigors of
course not.
med
Yeah,
school.
of course not.
But it's still a great example, right? Even when it comes to something like that, when you are dealing with an expert, sometimes you want to seek a second opinion. Sometimes you need another test, right? So in this case, especially even when you're dealing with a vintage expert, if you can get a second opinion, if you have a friend or someone like me whose
Yep.
opinion you can seek, whose
Yep.
judgment you can trust, you can always do that. In fact, you should always do that. I know
Yeah.
people who are friends with Eric, for example, and they find a watch in another dealer's inventory, and if they have that sort of connection, send a few pictures, say, "Hey, Eric, what do you think?" Right? So I do stuff like that sometimes, and it's normal. Even when you have an established field of expertise, and if you have studied something, you can still be a little off, and there's nothing wrong with seeking another person's opinion.
Oh, definitely. I think that's well said. Yeah, well said for sure.
Mamba, thank you so much. 499. Good evening to you as well. Thank you for your kind words. And JB, thank you for the upvote. We appreciate you. It's nice to see Watch Nicholas on board.
Yeah, hi JB. It's good to see you, Jake Brooks. You're awesome, and hi to Peeping and everybody else, Basil, Mamba, all of all of the Lord's people. But Jake and Peeping, good people for sure.
For sure. And Peeping Time has a very good point as well, saying there's so much money in Frankensteining vintage Rolex. Hey, at least Antiquorum in each instance had a pretty good record of what was original and what was replaced. So again, this is a auction house that has for a long time set the golden standard. Their website is not necessarily the best, but they always have a very extensive and diverse inventory when they put together auctions. So sometimes I prefer exploring something like this, as difficult as it is to navigate, um, to looking at something from Philips, because Philips sometimes has auctions where everything is a hit. Everything is either a hype watch or an independent. So you can't really find watches that can present an interesting value for most of our audience.
Yeah, I agree with you on that. Yeah, well said.
So this is a very nice piece. One of my favorite precious metal Daytonas, 11509, white gold on a full white gold bracelet,
I'm a big
black
fan of
dial.
white gold. Yeah, that looks
Right.
great.
I think so. I mean, especially with this black
Yep.
so-called
That
racing
black and
dial.
red, it gives that racing vibe for sure. I think anything with white, like for me, I'm a big fan of the white gold, I really am. And that black and red just really, it pops. It gives that extra little whatever.
Again, something to keep an eye on, something that can turn into a target of opportunity the closer it is to the lower end of this spectrum, to the lower number of the estimate, which is $30,000 to $50,000. Because again, this is a white gold Daytona on a matching bracelet, comes with a recent service as well, as you can see.
Nice.
War- Warranty card 2022 with the service invoice. Um, it's in an excellent condition, at least from what we can discern from these photographs.
Looks amazing from this photo, at least. I mean, like again, like it's hard for me to tell, but from this photo, it does look I like excellent. I'm fine with that description, of excellent condition, at least from this. Like it would be great to have, 4 or 5, 6 more, but it definitely does look excellent from
Yeah.
that. I agree with you on that.
And again, these white gold Daytonas from the six
Scratch
digits
magnets.
era, for sure. I mean, on a full bracelet, it can be preferable to some. I do like them on a leather band a little more, precisely because of that. I think I don't like. I'm used to vintage stainless steel, right? So a lot of my watches are what other people might consider flimsy or non-existent. I can't suddenly go into a precious metal sports watch from that. So I would rather have something like this on leather band, and there are great deals, but on a
I
full
understand that.
bracelet With the black dial, they are quite desirable. With the blue dial, they have a little bit of a premium as well. But any racing dial, precious metal Daytona from the 6-digit era could be an interesting grab.
Yeah.
116509 is my favorite reference from that period of time.
One day I'll learn what these references are. That day's far from now, but I don't know. Like all these numbers mean nothing to me. With Rolex and Patek, I know like one or two. So it is what it
Well,
is.
quick reference here with Rolex, 9 at the end means white gold. So you can take that home.
There we go. Yeah. Sweet. Learning something every day. Thank you, Lord.
8 means yellow gold.
Okay.
Three means two-tone.
Keeping it simple. I like that. Yeah, this would be a big winner at the lower end of that range for sure. At 30,000 Swiss franc.
And five is pink gold, I think.
Five is pink.
What was platinum? That I have to double check. I think platinum is 6. Platinum is 6. Yeah. All right. So this was lot 340 with an estimated value of $30,000 to $50,000.
Oh, here we go.
Yeah, this is one of my favorite Daytona references ever.
It's gorgeous,
I love the aesthetics of a Zenit El Primero powered Daytona as well, because everything kind of aligns on this center line that divides the dial into two perfect halves.
Yeah, definitely.
Right.
I haven't noticed that. That's great. Yeah.
And I do, again, being a fan of vintage chronographs, I also like having the running seconds at 9 o'clock, which is the case with the Zenit caliber 400s, which in Rolex jargon, in modified Rolex fashion, is caliber 4030. And I find them particularly classy in white, but wouldn't kick a black dial 16520 out of bed for eating crackers either.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, you'd make do with the crackers just all over the pillowcases, all over everything for sure. I would make do with that too. I mean, this is a great looking watch though. This is a winner for sure.
And lot 341 actually has a little surprise, apparently. It has an extra
dial.
black dial. So if you want to change things up, you can always take it to your watchmaker. Wear the black dial for the summer, maybe a little more sporty, and change it into the white dial and put it on a leather strap for the winter. Just to have something different. This is lot 341 with an estimated value of $18,000 to $24,000. There's also a collectability angle for my penchant for Zenit powered Daytonas. Nick, is it possible at all to eliminate the background noise, the echo that you have?
If I, you know what, Lord, if I have that, like I straight up, I don't know what's going on here. You know what? Let me pop off. I'm sorry, man. I'm sorry about that.
No worries. Don't go away altogether. If you can't fix it,
let me try to troubleshoot it. I'll try to figure this out.
Okay, let's see. Come back. Watch Nicholas come back. Yeah, I really like this particular reference because of that. I think the white dial and black dial has a very interesting vibe. Black is sportier. In earlier examples, you have also what they call a Patrizzi dial, which has this particular defect on the black dials where those outer rings age into a light shade of brown, that can have its own appeal, that does have, in fact, its own collector. In either case, this is also a reference that you can easily wear on a leather strap, and it would not look off whatsoever. And ultimately, Rolex is not going back to externally sourcing chronograph movements anytime soon. So these will remain relatively rare, limited in number, and would retain their value quite well in the coming years and decades as well. So 16520 is always a great choice. And of course, if you want to go with, say, yellow gold, 16528, that's also a fantastic choice. This was lot 341, expected to fetch somewhere between $18,000 to $24,000. We have a 116506, which confirms how I remembered it, that last digit 6 refers to a platinum watch. This watch was somewhat controversial, let's say, at its initial release. But nevertheless has really grown in popularity over the years. There are a few different iterations of it, with the baguette diamonds for the indices and with Eastern Arabic numerals as well. But I really do like this particular version of it, even though who can say no to baguette diamonds on the dial. This is reference 116506, the anniversary Daytona, the 50th anniversary Daytona in platinum. Lot 342 is expected to fetch $70,000 to $100,000. No white dials after Labor Day. Could be the opposite, actually, when it comes to watches, because I think a white dial on a chronograph, you might say, is a little dressier. There's no objective take on these things when it comes to watches. But yeah, I do remember the East Coast, right? You're not allowed to wear white after Labor Day. But when you live in climes where the beach is never closed, I guess you can do whatever you want. This is lot 345. It's your humble Datejust, reference 16030. Stainless steel with the stainless steel engine turned bezel, black dial, beautifully patinated, all the tritium lume intact in that attractive, warm cream patina. On the leather band, I think it's still quite interesting, even though I would love to, of course, get it, as I did for the similar watch that I have, on the Jubilee bracelet. I think, especially a vintage Datejust, especially with either the engine turned or white gold bezel, goes really well with the classic Jubilee bracelet. You can always pop that out and put it on a leather strap like they did here. It's still very attractive and makes for a great dress watch. In this case, lot 345 again has presented a target of opportunity at the lower end of this estimate, 3 to 5,000 Swiss francs. A very nice piece with the quick set date, black dial, beautiful date just. Great way to start a vintage watch collection. Thank you, Gundog. Thank you so much. Thank you. Please upvote the stream. Please hit the like button if you get the chance. When you get the chance, I really appreciate it. That really helps me grow the channel step by step. We have a beautiful 4-digit day date on a full bracelet in yellow gold, this maroon brown dial, of course, fluted bezel. You also have an extra dial with Roman numerals and the printed ones at that, which makes it a so-called Buckley dial after the famous New York watchmaker and dealer, John Buckley. I think in either case, this makes for a very classy dress watch, a very nice example of a quote-unquote Rolex president. Lot 346 is a day date with a maroon dial, as well as a white Buckley dial with a matching set of hands. It has an estimated value of $10,000 to $15,000. Excellent condition. As well as 2 extra leather straps and a yellow gold buckle. So you have an entire set of possibilities that come to you if you end up purchasing lot 346. You can wear it on its full bracelet. You can wear it on a leather strap. You can wear it with a brown dial. You can wear it with the white Buckley dial with printed Roman numerals. A beautiful watch. We have a very nice Ulysse Nardin oversized chronograph. This is lot 354 with an estimated value of $3,000 to $5,000. Looks quite well preserved, both in terms of its case and in terms of its dial. It has a telemeter on the chapter ring, a nice minute track here, running seconds at 9 o'clock, a 30-minute counter at 3 o'clock, as well as a snailed tachometer in the middle. I think the heat blued centrally deployed chronograph seconds hand is a beautiful finishing touch. The Arabic numerals complete that sporty look for the stainless steel chronograph from 1950s. At 38 millimeters, it's actually relatively contemporary in feel. It's a nice piece with pump pushers, beautiful multi-scale chronograph that is classical in appearance, but has a little bit of that extra visual appeal, a little bit of that extra visual interest. Lot 354, Ulysse Nardin oversized chronograph in stainless steel with a multimeter scale. It is expected to fetch between 3 to 5,000 US dollars. Hit the like button, guys, please, and subscribe if you haven't. I'm here with Watch Talk every day. We discuss new releases. We talk about the vagaries of collecting vintage watches. We have these sorts of auction previews and reviews so we can get an understanding of trends in the watch market from a different perspective. Regularly, I have an economics professor as a guest who helps us connect the dots in terms of figuring out the effects of the developments in the financial market on the secondary market for wristwatches. So please do subscribe and tell all your friends. Help me expand this community. A very nice chronograph again from 1960s. These GG chronographs from the period are very appealing aesthetically, beautifully designed cases here in pink gold. It has actually a very dressy look, even on this relatively sporty strap in kind of a lighter shade of brown and contrast stitching. Clean silver dial, Arabic numeral at 12 o'clock. It's a very nice 3-register chronograph. These small pump pushers complete that aesthetic. The Dauphine hands. It's a very nice watch. Hand wound, of course. A great example here. AAA, excellent. And this is again a great way of dipping your toes in that genre of vintage chronographs. If you're looking for something 3-register, the Gégé Lecoutre chronographs from this time period, from the 60s, offer a very interesting value. Great pieces of design, still very variable, 36 millimeter, so very nicely proportioned, especially for dressier, more formal settings. This is a very clean example and very appropriately priced, with an estimated value of 2 to 4,000 Swiss francs, $2 to $4,000. Lot 356, again, is one of those watches that present a target of opportunity. Another beautiful piece from the time period, 67, has its original warranty papers, slightly larger than the Gégé that we just looked at, slightly smaller than the Ulysse Nardin in steel that we examined before. Still quite dressy in yellow gold with these stick hands. The dial fixtures match the material of the case, and you have the tachometer on the chapter ring in a very, barely discernible shade of blue. which is a nice touch, which is a great accent. You have that distinctive anchor logo of Ulysse Nardin as well. Again, very attractive pricing for this Ulysse Nardin 3-register chronograph in yellow gold, reference 7534, lot 357 is expected to fetch an amount between 2,000 to 4,000 US dollars. $358 is an interesting triple date, relatively well preserved. The dial has some spotting that is seemingly caused by exposure to humidity. A triple date with a French calendar. Again, a pointer date around the dial, the two aperture for the day of the week and the month. And presumably we have a piece here that was retailed by Hermes at the time, which you can testify to by the engraving on the case back. It is in good condition with a dial that shows some signs of oxidization. Again, the triple dates calendar watches of this time period by Jaeger-LeCoultre are quite desirable. Sometimes they come also branded by these quote-unquote third-party retailers from this period of time. For example, you find a Cartier triple date with a similar case. Chances are it was made by Jaeger-LeCoultre as well. They are very desirable. They have a very nice caliber inside them, and they're quite aesthetically pleasing. Again, this is not the perfect example, so I'm not necessarily vouching for it, but lot 358 is attractively priced, accordingly priced, and the estimated value is $2,000 to $4,000. Next up, we have an Omega chronograph that is not a Speedmaster, but is nevertheless powered by the legendary Moonwatch caliber 321. That movement, which was built on the base of the Lemonia CH27, which is right here, the beating heart of this vintage chronograph as well. In the 3-register version here, the ébauche is more properly called 2310. And you have a beautiful vintage chronograph with a nice, chunky pink gold case. Warmly patinated dial that seems to be reflecting the shade of pink that characterizes the case as well as the dial fixtures and those beautiful Dauphine hands as well. Again, a very tasteful piece, very beautiful piece that is also a piece of history since it is operated by the caliber 321. And it is from 1956. So basically, the Speedmaster was to follow the year after. Very beautiful piece, lot 359, and it is estimated to fetch somewhere between $2,000 to $4,000. Piruka, hey man, how are you doing? Swiss. Yes, this is a great piece. Also, at 35 millimeters, it could certainly do the duty of a modern dress chronograph as well. Beautiful pink gold case, very warm, pink patina on the dial, relatively even. You can, if you can get this closer to the lower end of the spectrum, great deal, because the case really looks quite sharp for something from 1956. It looks quite desirable, very handsome, and the tachymeter um, on the chapter ring is quite a nice touch as well. Sporty enough if need be, but a great dress piece for the most part. You have a very nice IWC dress watch next in steel with their famous caliber 89. New old stock, apparently from 1955, which is fascinating, but the watch looks genuinely clean, seemingly untouched, with its original papers and the matching tag as well. And if you must know, the IWC caliber 89 is also uh, very much an appreciated um, three-hand movement, well beloved by the collectors, because it was developed by the technical director of IWC at the time, Albert Peaton. Quite accurate, lovely mechanical piece with sweeping seconds that is centrally deployed. Something that was featured in the Mark 11 pilot's watches. Something that's powered a lot of Mark 11 watches that were supplied to the British Ministry of Defense with anti-magnetic properties. So IWC caliber 89 certainly remains one of the well-respected hand-wound three-hander movements of all time. And here you have an example of a watch powered by it that is in new old stock condition from 1955, a real time capsule. Not much more you can ask for in the world of vintage watches if this is what you're looking for. And the value proposition also is quite exciting because we have an estimate that is right around 4,000 to 6,000 Swiss francs. We have an interesting collectible piece next, pardon me, which is a Flightmaster version of the Railmaster. Of course, in its original iteration, it was called a Railmaster, but in this case, the version that is delivered to the Peruvian Air Forces is branded Flightmaster at 6 o'clock. The dial seems to have seen better days, but at least it's evenly patinated and not tampered with. The case has an engraving on the back with the model name Flightmaster, as well as the abbreviation for the Peruvian Air Forces as well. This is Omega reference 2914 at lot 362. A Flightmaster delivered to the Peruvian Air Forces with an estimated value of $10,000 to $20,000. Next, we have a more true blood version of the Railmaster, the standard edition, manual wind, branded as Railmaster at 6 o'clock. A much cleaner example, even if it is belied by certain elements of oxidization on the hands, it looks otherwise quite beautiful. The dial is almost impeccable. The patina on the luminous material seems divine, really. That deep shade of cream against the black dial, it really looks amazing. From 1963 at 38 millimeters, again, a very wearable watch. Original hands. The case itself has scratches, spotting, and dents, but overall, it is testified to be in an excellent condition. Lot 363 is an Omega Railmaster from 1963 in stainless steel, and it is estimated to fetch somewhere between $4,500 to $7,000. You remember we have talked about chronometer watches, or chronometer calibers rather, that were certified by observatories, right? So these are some examples of wooden cased chronometers, right? In this case, something regulated at the QA standards, for example. Just interesting touchstones for history. A Longines caliber 14.68Z in a very attractive wooden case. A genuine manual wind chronometer regulated to QA standards from 1949. The highest grade to which Antiquorum testifies for their vintage watches. Comes with the archival extract. And it is observatory grade chronometer. Could be, again, for a particularly enthusiastic and ambitious watch collector who is invested in the history of chronometry, history of mechanical movements that aim for that level of accuracy and precision, or for someone who wants an interesting, horologically significant paperweight, by one of the esteemed manufacturers, namely Longines. Lot 366 has an estimated value of 1,500 to 3,500 US dollars. Mm. Again, an interesting value proposition here. Master Géographique in stainless steel. I will leave you with this for just a second because I am badly in need of a drink. I need some water. I'll be right back. This is JLC Master Géographique in stainless steel. We're back. Welcome back. Please hit the like button if you have been enjoying the show and learning from it. We're going through our Antiquorum auction preview for an auction that they will have live in Geneva on November 5th and 6th. This is Jaeger-LeCoultre reference 142.8.92, a Master Géographique in stainless steel. As you can see, this is a dual time watch with a power reserve indicator and a pointer date at 2:30 and a secondary time zone at 6:00. Day and night indicator lodged right inside that, and also rotating disk of cities as well that you can see from this gap at the, or from this opening at the lower end of the watch between 5 to 7:00. Lot 371 is again one of those watches that can present an interesting value proposition for the right collector, since the estimate is between 3 to 5,000 Swiss francs. Master Géographique is Jaeger-LeCoultre's take on the world time. They have a stainless steel example at lot 371 and a white gold piece with a silver two-tone dial at lot 370. There's some humidity, some moisture ingress on the dial of the white gold example, so I didn't spend too much time in it. But that also has a very attractive pricing between $5,000 to $8,000. My preference is really the 371 in stainless steel, it offers, I think, a better value proposition. $372 is a watch that's near and dear to my heart. I have this watch in stainless steel, which is my preference. In yellow gold, it's also attractive. I do like complicated reversos in pink gold, preferably. But the Grand Date is an icon, I think, within the catalog of reversos that are no longer in production. It has a version of the Grand Taille case that's even a little bit larger. Because of the 8-day power reserve, it's also a thicker case. So this is a reverso that has a lot of wrist presence. It is a reverso that also has a beautifully shaped, unique caliber that you can actually see from through the exhibition case back when you flip to the other side. It is a dual spring barrel movement that allows it to have that sort of extensive 8-day power reserve at full charge. This is the version of it that is executed in full yellow gold, power reserve at 10:30, oversized date again at 7:00, beautiful guilloche decoration at the center of the dial that is encircled, that is contained within this railroad track, and off-center setting for the small seconds that's right at 5:00 as well. These were produced roughly between 2002 to 2012. They have only stayed in production for about 10 years, so present an interesting option for those collectors who are taken by the asymmetric dial, who would like to see a reverso with an exhibition case back, and who are perhaps intrigued by that extensive 8-day power reserve. This is lot 372, Gégé Lecoutre Reverso Grand Date in yellow gold. The estimate is $8,000 to $12,000. And the condition is graded AA, that is to say, very good by Antiquorum. Comes with the original box, blank papers, and the instruction booklet. Hi, John Wick. Nice to see you, man. Thank you for being here. $373, this time limited series for the 150th anniversary. It's a JLC rectangular watch, but not a reverso. Has a triple date complication, as well as a moon phase at 6:00, lodged right in there within the subsidiary dial for small seconds. Limited to 600 pieces, executed in 18-karat yellow gold. A very unique collectible piece. Reference 141001 with an estimate between 2,000 to 4,000 US dollars. Lot 374 is a very interesting piece from a horological standpoint. This is the model in which IWC introduced their complicated watch that was supposed to be accessible, easier to produce, easier to service. The technical director at the time, the head of IWC's movement workshop, Kurt Klaus, came up with the module uh, for their Valjoux 7750 to produce this perpetual calendar, a perpetual calendar chronograph at that. This is in its beautiful stainless steel case, a very unique design, uh, perfectly balanced four register dial layout with the moon phase at 12 o'clock, which is my preferred placement for a moon phase, if that matters at all. It also has a 4-digit display for the year that's lodged right there between 7 and 8 o'clock. This is a very elegant watch. This is a very complete watch. You have a perpetual calendar, you have a chronograph, you have a 4-digit display for the date, which is very unique. You have a beautiful moon phase at 12 o'clock, which is very aesthetically pleasing. And you have a very wearable watch for the everyday in a classic case, double stepped bezel, and unique design elements. All of this makes the IWC Da Vinci reference 3750 in stainless steel a very, very attractive and interesting value proposition. This horologically important watch is also very attractively priced here. The estimate is somewhere between 6,400 to 8,300 US dollars. That this is graded AAA excellent by Antiquorum only adds to the intrigue. Roughly from around the turn of the millennium, comes with a matching stainless steel IWC déployant clasp as a full set. Hard to argue with the value proposition presented by the IWC Da Vinci in stainless steel, and this example again as a full set with the additional beads of rice bracelet. It's just a very exciting piece. It's hard to find a perpetual calendar chronograph at this price point. Lot 374, IWC reference 3750 Da Vinci perpetual calendar chrono in stainless steel with an estimate of 3,600 to 8,300 US dollars. You have an intriguing rectangular Piaget watch, one of 100-piece limited run in white gold. The model is called Protocol, with guilloche decoration at the center of the dial, which is reflected on the case as well, on the edges. you have a very unusual placement for the running seconds between 9 and 11 o'clock. The power reserve is right at 6 o'clock. White gold dress watch. The dimensions of it are 31 to 41 millimeters. So not too large, not too small, but I'm sure quite present with this distinctive angular rectangular case. Lot 378 is a Piaget reference 26120 protocol power reserve, 1 of 100 in white gold, estimated to realize amount between 3 to 5,000 US dollars. $380 is a very interesting piece. Again, very attractively priced. This is the LUC Chopard with the tonneau case. Again, for the right collector, this could be very attractive. It comes in its original which I think is actually a winder. Comes with its original certificate of origin as well. A very elegant watch, very beautiful watch. I could do without the date at 6 o'clock, but otherwise, this is a very appealing piece. LUC Chopard makes very beautiful watches, and on the secondary markets, they don't perform particularly well. So they always present an interesting value proposition for the collector if you remain patient and if you look for pieces at these sorts of price points. This is lot 380, LUC Chopard, tonneau-shaped case in white gold with an estimate between 2,500 to 4,500 US dollars, box and papers. At lot 381, we have the Jaeger-LeCoultre Reverso Septantième. This is the 70th year, 70th anniversary edition in platinum. This was the caliber that was carried over to that grand date, as you can see from the dial layout. The 879, the only distinctive element of this edition as a complication is the day and night indicator. And also, of course, the fact that the movement is also exhibited through the case back. Beautiful piece, has its distinctive aesthetic elements. I'm trying to find an example of it where you can see the movement. Because in the platinum version, in the 70th anniversary version, the movement is actually executed in white gold. So there you have it. This is caliber 879. It is the dual spring barrel, 8-day power reserve movement that was designed and shaped for the rectangular reverso case. And in the 70th anniversary edition, it is actually made from white gold, as you can see from the warmth of this piece, even in this photograph. So at the right price point, which is quite possible for lot 381, this limited edition that comes in its original box, blank warranty, loop, and hang tag, could be a very attractive grab. The ruthenium dial, the day and night indicator. This is the 70th anniversary reverso at lot 381, estimated to fetch somewhere between 12 to 18,000 US dollars. Oh, all right. We lost our place there a little bit. I don't want to scroll too fast while I'm sharing the screen, so I don't induce any dizziness or, God forbid, much worse on your end. Let me scroll all the way down there again. We were at lot 381, if I'm not mistaken. That's right. So that was the 70th anniversary reversal. Then at 382, we have a Memovox in pink gold. Again, could be an interesting value proposition. Seems relatively clean. This example is graded as AA, meaning very good, by Antiquorum from the 90s, which means that the tritium material on the dial has expired and patinated accordingly and in an harmonious fashion, as you can see, with the case material as well as the dial fixtures. This is a very attractive watch that also has that added fascination of the alarm complication. The JLC Memovox in pink gold with a black dial. It is estimated to fetch somewhere between $3,000 to $5,000. This is lot 382, JLC Memovox in 18 karat pink gold. We have at lot 383 a Chronoswiss Pathos split second chronograph in platinum with an open work dial. Chronoswiss, as you know, has made itself quite a name for its regulator dial executions that put the minute display at focus at the center of the dial. Here, you don't have a regulator dial, but you have the main dial, the hours and minutes placed there where you would be at 3 o'clock in a traditional dial layout. You have accordingly the 30-minute totalizer at 12 o'clock, the 12-hour counter at 6 o'clock, and the running seconds pardon me, at 9 o'clock. And what you have is two centrally deployed chronograph seconds hands. The heat blued steel is the regular chronograph hand, and this is the split hand that you can split with this extra pusher at 10 o'clock. And those are in pink gold. So a very nice watch, a split second chronograph with an open worked or skeletonized dial. And if that's your thing, I don't think you can easily find a platinum split second chronograph at this price point. We're talking about 6 to 10,000 Swiss francs. This is one of 99 pieces produced in 2002. And at 38 millimeters, it is eminently wearable as well. Lot 383, Chrono Swiss Pathos split second chronograph in platinum with an estimated value of $6,000 to $10,000. Here you have one of their regulator dial executions. As you can see, the minute hand at the center, the hours displayed where you would traditionally have 12 o'clock, various decorations for the dial, two different kinds of guillochage, and the tourbillon cage openly exhibited at 6 o'clock as well. In pink gold, Chrono Swiss reference CH3221 Régulateur Tourbillon is expected to realize a final price of 10 to 15,000 Swiss francs. And as you see from the absence of a bridge here, this is a flying tourbillon, a flying 1 minute tourbillon, which is even more difficult to execute. So an interesting watch that could, again, present an interesting value to the right buyer. Lot 384, a regulator tourbillon by Chrono Swiss, $10,000 to $15,000 of estimated value. At 385, we have a very interesting Tudor watch. Reference 74010 in steel. It is a watch that was made for one Iskandar Johor from Malaysia. I think I want to say this is a particular region of Malaysia. I don't know the historical background of this particular watch, but it comes as a full set. It does have the papers that establish its provenance, at least to a certain extent. to a Singapore based connection there. It's an oyster date, 34 millimeters, so it can be an interesting dress watch, very unique, with an engine turned matching bezel in stainless steel. A unique example of a Tudor that has a Malaysian connection, and that was sold through Rolex Singapore Private Limited. And lot 385, which is a 34 millimeter Tudor oyster date, is expected to fetch somewhere between $2,500 to $4,500. At lot 389, you have again another mid-sized Ingenieur watch, this time in two-tone with the white dial, with its anti-magnetic properties. Could be very attractive, could be a very attractive value proposition for the right person. This is lot 389, IWC reference 3508, which is the mid-sized Ingenieur from the 90s, and it is expected to fetch somewhere between 3,500 to 5,500 US dollars. You have the perpetual calendar Memovox at lot 390. Classic 4-register display for the perpetual calendar with the moon phase at 6 o'clock, with a double-digit display for the year lodged in that register at 12 o'clock for the month. And of course, the additional alarm complication that is quite unique to Jaeger-LeCoultre and is known as the Memovox. The 6 o'clock register is also a 24-hour indicator. This is a Jaeger-LeCoultre reference 146.2.95 Master Control Grand Memovox in 18 karat pink gold with an estimated value of $10,000 to $15,000. It comes on a leather strap with a matching Jaeger-LeCoultre déployant buckle. Again, for the kind of watch it is, at 41 millimeters, it's also quite wearable. You get a perpetual calendar and an alarm watch with a moon phase at 6 o'clock, with a 24-hour indicator again at 6 o'clock. As always, it provides a great value, especially on the secondary market. This is lot 390, Jaeger-LeCoultre Master Control Grand Memovox with an estimated value of $10,000 to $15,000. At 391, you have a very attractive 45th anniversary Apollo 11 Speedmaster. I really like it. It's very unique in terms of its material composition, in terms of its vintage vibe, which I think it executes in great harmony and contrast with the case material as well. You have a titanium case, a light chocolate dial that has its fixtures in pink gold, and that is matched with the pink gold with the Sedna gold of the bezel, of the tachymeter bezel as well. I think this is a watch that plays with color and material really well and makes for a very unique limited edition that has a vintage feel, but not in a way that would be confused with a vintage watch, that would be confused with a vintage Speedmaster. And for the 45th anniversary of Apollo 11, I think they came up with a great idea and execution of a limited edition. This is one of 1969 pieces, so not an extremely limited watch, but in this sort of new old stock condition as a full set, it can't hurt to have it if you are a collector who has been looking for a piece like this. This is lot 391, reference 311.62.42, Speedmaster Apollo 11 45th anniversary, pink gold Sedna bezel, titanium case, a very beautiful, a very tastefully executed limited edition of an Omega Speedmaster, very unique with its combination of titanium and pink gold, and it is attractively priced and is expected to fetch somewhere between $5,000 to $8,000. At 392, we have a very interesting value proposition again. Zenit El Primero in platinum, but with two interesting modules placed on top of it. You might even say three. First of all, you have the triple date configuration. So, in fact, you have the month and day of the week as well, in addition to the date that you always get with a Zenit El Primero between 4 and 5 o'clock. You have the moon phase at 6 o'clock. That's lodged right there within the 12-hour counter. And finally, you actually have flyback functionality added to the chronograph, which means that you can reset with the push of a single button, rather than having to start, stop, and then reset, and then start again. So a flyback chronograph can be started with the pusher at 2 o'clock and then immediately be reset to 0 with the pusher at 4 o'clock, where it will continue to run immediately after the reset. So it allows you to time events with short intervals. So a very nice, unique example of a Zenit El Primero, beautiful case design with stepped lugs, and a very unique and elegant layout and decoration of the dial, a platinum case, triple date functionality, flyback functionality, moon phase at 6 o'clock, and a price tag that would not break the bank. The estimate here is 5 to 10,000 Swiss francs. Beautiful piece, lot 392. This is a Zenit El Primero triple date flyback chronograph with a moon phase executed in platinum with an estimated value of $5 to $10,000. 393, we have again a very highly graded, highly rated example of a neo vintage watch, a 90s Vacheron Constantin from their Les Historiques series, a Cont de Vache chronograph in 18 karat yellow gold, hand wound piece, of course, classic 2 register, 36 millimeter, matching Vacheron Constantin buckle, a very attractive hand wound chronograph, lot 393, reference number 47101, is a Les Historiques hand wound chronograph with the Cont de Vache lugs. And it is really an excellent piece and a great value proposition compared to the modern offering, especially if you are more intrigued by the classical proportions of the 36 millimeter. This is $6 to $10,000 of estimated value. Vacheron Constantin hand wound chronograph. Of course, the caliber 1140, if I'm not mistaken, should be also based on Lemania 2310, which is to say Lemania CH27, that much vaunted hand wound chronograph caliber that has brought us anything between the Moonwatch caliber 321 to a lot of the CH27 based hand wound chronograph and perpetual calendar chronograph movements that were made by anyone from Patek Philippe to Breguet to Vacheron Constantin and to many others. At 394, we have a neo-vintage Tank Américain, a beautiful Cartier watch from Cartier Paris in yellow gold. The crown is set with that beautiful cabochon, of course, in sapphire. That's wonderfully placed Roman numerals with the hidden Cartier signature at 7 and The estimate here is 3 to 6,000 Swiss francs. You have Cartier reference 1735B, Cartier Paris Tank Américain with a hand-wound movement in yellow gold, 3 to 6,000 Swiss francs of estimated value. At 397, we have an Urban Jürgensen reference 2 perpetual calendar, double-stepped case, teardrop lugs, very much the aesthetic of a classic dress watch. Beautiful guillochage on the dial, the distinctive observatory hands that match the yellow gold of the case. One of 122 pieces. This is reference 2 perpetual calendar, pointer date at 6 o'clock, 2 openings at 3 and 9 o'clock for the day of the week and the month. Wonderfully placed moon phase at 12 o'clock. A classic that is sure to gain in value as the resurrection of Urban Jürgensen will be realized by none other than Kari Voutilainen soon enough. This is your chance of making an investment, getting a stake in that revival. Lot 396, Urban Jürgensen, reference to perpetual calendar with a German calendar at that. And the estimated value is 13 to 23,000 US dollars for this reference to Urban Jürgensen perpetual calendar, retailed in 1991 in Germany. At 403, we have another Art Deco Patek Philippe from, I'm guessing, 1930s. It's a very small watch, quite elongated with stepped flanks. It's really a piece of Art Deco design through and through in yellow gold. Not the best example that I've ever seen. The dial shows, pardon me, signs of aging, and not in the most even sense either. But again, it could be an interesting grab for someone, especially at the lower end of this estimate, which ranges between 2,500 to 4,500 in US dollars. An elegant rectangular watch, a piece of Art Deco design from 1930s by Patek Philippe. This is lot 403, estimated to fetch somewhere between 2,500 to 4,500 Swiss francs. You have a nice 1950s Patek Philippe Calatrava here in yellow gold. at 36 millimeters. It's very wearable, nice and distinctive with the Arabic numeral at 12 o'clock, small seconds at 6 with that crosshair design, Dauphine hands, the waterproof case, and the automatic caliber might make it attractive to the right person who wants to use this perhaps as a watch for the office, day in, day out, as a daily driver. This is an interesting piece for that. Lot 404, a Patek Philippe reference 2525, a Calatrava with a waterproof case in yellow gold. The estimate is $4,000 to $6,000. Once again, a classic Calatrava, reference 96. This is the first reference that was that is really recognized as a quintessential Calatrava. So for that reason, reference 96 is always of historical interest to collectors, in good condition. This is in a decent condition, graded AA, very good, by Antiquorum. Lot 405 at the lower end of the spectrum could be an interesting grab for the right collector, but the estimated value is $4,000 to $6,000. And pay attention to the fact that this is relatively small by modern standards. It scales barely 31 millimeters. A 1940s reference 96, lot 405 is expected to fetch an amount between $4,000 to $6,000. I'm gonna get another drink of water. Um, there you have it, another Calatrava in pink gold with spider lugs, retailed by Haussmann. Jake Brooks, I will send this link. The PDF has detailed information when it comes to the rating system. They actually rate everything. The letter grade is their general assessment of the watch. AAA is excellent. AA is very good. When they give it their own initial, that's an exceptional piece, whether it's very rare or very well preserved. And after that, they actually have very detailed information when it comes to the case, the movement, and the dial. And when you open that PDF document, you will actually make an even better sense of these numbers, even though this grading system breaks it down in some detail here in each listing as well. So here is a reference 2482 Calatrava that was retailed by Haussmann and Company in pink gold and with a two-tone silver dial, spider lugs with a heat-blued, centrally deployed seconds hand. It's a very handsome dress watch. This is from roughly year 1950, and at 36 millimeter, it's still quite wearable as a dress watch for perhaps dressier, more formal occasions, perhaps. And the estimated value here is 8 to 12,000 Swiss francs. And there you see a good summary of how they have graded this watch. For the movement, they will give grades, 1, 2, 3, etc. And the asterisk is usually indicative of their suggestion that the movement might still need an overhaul or a service at the cost of the buyer. We have a very attractive 35 millimeter Calatrava style Vacheron Constantin dress watch with that chevron indices on the dial, automatic piece with sweeping seconds in yellow gold, waterproof case, and once again, a testament to how attractively priced Vacheron Constantin dress watches remain from this period in time, 50s, 60s, 70s. Lot 408 is a Vacheron Constantin reference 6073, a dress watch with chevron index markers, a waterproof case in yellow gold with sweeping seconds, and the estimated value is $3,000 to $5,000. $409, a similar value proposition, but a smaller watch, so buyer beware. This is reference 6674. The dial has a lot of spotting as well, which might make it less attractive. It's a pink gold case, much less adorned compared to the previous dress watch we were looking at. A 34 millimeter. This is lot 409, Vacheron Constantin reference 6674. Calatrava style dress watch with centrally deployed seconds in pink gold with an estimated value of $1,500 to $2,500 US. We have quite a bit of watches left. I didn't realize that we had so much more, so I might speed up for a little bit. Let's see. We have we have a lot of interesting stuff. All right, let's skip ahead. We have a pink on pink Audemars Piguet dress watch that's, as you can see, graded with the highest mark. It's positively minuscule to most at 33 millimeters, but I'm sure it's actually quite wearable, especially with those fancy lugs design. Pink gold, pink dial, which makes it a very attractive dress watch. The crown sits very flush on the case, So it's very elegant. And lot 410 is expected to fetch somewhere between 4 to 6,000 US dollars. At 413, we have a reference 5110, Patek Philippe World Time in platinum, graded AAA. This is 5110P from 2002 with an estimate of 27 to 3,700. Again, I'm posting the link to the listings, so feel free to direct my attention to lots that you would like me to examine, that you would like to take a closer look at. We have a Patek Philippe annual calendar with moon phase in platinum. The retrograde date, of course, this is reference 5496P. And it has an estimated value of $35,000 to $55,000. At lot 415, we have another Patek perpetual calendar with a retrograde date. In platinum, this is 5059P. A very elegant piece with Roman numerals and this classically inspired case design and dial layout, not to mention the retrograde date that is given the center stage. And here we have an estimate of $40,000 to $60,000. From year 2000, this is a very well preserved example and comes with a push pin for adjustments as well as its winding box. Lot 415, Patek 5059P, retrograde perpetual calendar with moon phase and retrograde date, with an estimated value of 40 to 60,000 US dollars. You have the two gondolas back to back at lots 416 and 417, both with the 10-day power reserve. 416 is in pink gold, 417 is in white. Both limited edition pieces and well-preserved examples. Lot 416 has an estimated value of $25,000 to $45,000, and lot 417 is estimated to realize an amount between 32 to 42,000. And these were watches that were released right at the turn of the millennium by Patek. The reference number is 5100. A very well preserved example of the previous reference of Patek Philippe Nautilus 5711. Comes with its box and papers, and it is estimated to fetch somewhere between 80,000 to 120,000. And that spread in and of itself should tell you something. Again, it's a very interesting time. It's a very uncertain time for these auction houses. We'll have to see the next few days and weeks to understand the real effect of the coming recession as well as the current geopolitical circumstances on the state of the auction circuit in the fall season. But things are looking quite uncertain at this point in time. Lot 422, this is a reference 5711 Nautilus with an estimated value of 80,000 to 120,000 US dollars. At lot 423, you have the so-called Comet, the 3710, with the power reserve indicator at 12 o'clock, black dial, Roman numerals, perhaps a dressier take on what was designed as a luxury sports watch, 3710/1A in stainless steel. This is from year 1999 and has an estimated value of $60,000 to $80,000. You have two Tudor big blocks. These are chronographs that have been gaining value, appreciating in the recent years. You have one in the reverse panda configuration at lot 424. This is reference 79170, box and punched warranty in stainless steel, an increasingly desirable stainless steel automatic chronograph with a date at 3 o'clock, and the estimated value here is 6,000 to 9,000 Swiss francs. Lot 425 has a stainless steel tachometer on the bezel rather than that rotational 12-hour counter, orange accents on a black dial with patinated tritium, adding yet another shade of color to that attractive all black dial. This is reference 94,300, big block with an exotic dial with the caseback sticker intact. And it is estimated to fetch somewhere between $10,000 to $15,000. It does come with its original papers, as you can see in the background. A Tudor Submariner in a decent condition comes with its papers and box, as well as an extra link. This is reference 79090, Submariner with a black dial. and an estimated value of $4,000 to $6,000. In a better condition, you have at 427 the same reference, box and papers, the booklets, as well as an overhaul invoice from this very year. And the estimate reflects that added value, $6,000 to $9,000. At 428, you have one of my favorite references of the Datejust. Great dress watch, great everyday wear, one of the easiest and most appropriate beginnings to a vintage watch collection. The 5-digit Datejust reference 16014. You're getting all the comfort and wearability of a stainless steel watch with an oyster case. And you are also getting the classic proportions of 36 millimeters, as well as the slightly dressy element of that fluted white gold bezel as well. You can wear it on its Jubilee bracelet. You can wear it on a leather strap. To use a matching Rolex buckle is always a nice touch. In either case, this 16014 is a great reference. The quick set date has the added convenience. And again, with the prices dipping, you have a very attractive estimate here. The closer to 2,000, the better. But the estimated value of the watch is 2,000 to 4,000 as well. Of course, in each case, there is a buyer's premium attached, but this could be a very, very interesting value proposition if it isn't involved in some sort of silly bidding war. Lot 428, Rolex Datejust reference 16014, stainless steel Datejust with a white gold fluted bezel, beautiful on its matching Jubilee bracelet, and $2,000 to $4,000 of estimated value. Thank you so much, Nick Butter. Let's check that out. Lot 442 AP. I don't know if it's your style, but it seems interesting for a Royal Oak. Started following you on AG. Hey, thank you so much. I keep the phone away from me, and I don't open other pages on the back, so I don't get distracted from presenting to you. But I appreciate your follow on the Instagram, and I will actually send here. Yes, I love these actually. 442 is a very, very nice piece. If it is good enough for Prince Michael of Kent, it's good enough for me. These were very attractively priced until like 5 years ago, when every single stainless steel integrated bracelet watch with a blue dial started becoming unavailable. These started to shoot up in price as well. Before that, you could easily grab one for $5 or even less. It's $5,000 or even less. In this case, they're coming down again. If you wait a little longer, 14790 will once again become one of the great value propositions among Royal Oaks, especially if you are not a stickler for the jumbo case, especially if you are not a stickler for all the design elements and technical executions of the original reference of 5402. This is at 36 millimeters, eminently wearable, especially if you have a smaller wrist. Um, I love two-tone watches. Uh, I guess this is clear to most of my audience, but one of my favorite watches ever, and one of the mainstays in my collection, is Root Beer with a nipple dial from 1982. So I love this watch. I would love to have one, and perhaps that day will come sooner than later. But this is lot 442. Audemars Piguet mid-sized Royal Oak, reference 14790, with an estimated value of $10,000 to $15,000. Since Nick reminded everyone of my Instagram, feel free to check it out here. I will see if I can find actually that early post I had of Prince Michael of Kent posing with this watch. I think he still wears it. I don't remember seeing him in public with another wristwatch ever. So let's see. Yes. There we go. This is Prince Michael of Kent from around 8 years ago, wearing a nice double-breasted number and his 14790, which is a two-tone mid-sized Royal Oak right here. I will scroll down very quickly. Since the page was reloaded, it lost its place. But we are nearing the end of our auction preview. I'm going to go until midnight. So we have another 43 minutes or so. I'm going to send the link again if you want me to pay particular attention to any of the lots that we haven't discussed yet, or any of the earlier lots that you want me to dissect a little further. Feel free to draw my attention to it, preferably with a super chat like Nick Butter did, which is very kind. I appreciate it. We have a very attractive piece at lot 131. This is the first GMT Master 2, as you might know, affectionately called by collectors as either Fat Lady or at times also Sophia Loren. Here you have an example that was retailed by that illustrious jeweler Astra from Turin, from Torino. Full set, box, papers, hang tag, the introduction of the Coke bezel, the black and red, the introduction of that independently moving jumping our hand. And the new caliber in its first iteration was a little chunkier, hence the fatter case. Reference 16760, GMT Master 2, with an estimated value of 12 to 16,000. Comes as damn near a full set, certainly as box and papers. This is Rolex GMT Master 2, reference 16760, with an estimated value of $12 to $16,000. You have another Rolex with box and papers at 432, 16610, the 5-digit Submariner date in stainless steel. Again, your run-of-the-mill Submariner, but in a very attractive condition here, in a very honest condition here, with an estimate of 10 to 14,000 US dollars. $433, again with that distinctive grade that Antiquorum signed with their own initial. This is a white gold Daytona on a leather strap with the gem set, diamond set, sodalite dial. Comes with its papers. This is Rolex Cosmograph Daytona, reference 116519, lot 433, has an estimated value of $50,000 to $80,000. As you know, blue dials always have some sort of premium. Whatever watch they're attached to, the prices always shoot up. In this case, you also have a semi-precious stone involved, a unique combination in white gold, so they can be quite attractive to the right collector, and hence the price point. You have an honest example of 5513 with the gilt dial that has turned tropical. It is sold without reserve, which means lot 435 will start bidding at $1 dollar, 1 Swiss franc rather. The diver's extension has the patent pending inscription. The estimated value of the watch is $6,000 to $10,000. And they assess it to be in very good condition. Again, AA, not AAA or not anything higher, which makes it attractive at a decent price. Again, wearable watch, not necessarily a collectible, since it has a later bracelet as well, but at the right price point, it could be an interesting value proposition. Another watch that could be an interesting value proposition, this is the 000 168000, a Submariner date from 1987. It has service papers from Rolex in 2011. judged to be an judged to be in an excellent condition by Antiquorum. A very attractive piece. The tritium has turned into this warm eggshell patina. The case is very fat, even if it has seen some polish before, possibly. Again, between $6,000 to $10,000, it can be a great deal if you catch it at the lower end. You have another interesting piece. This is 5512, which is the Submariner date with the COSC certification, right? Hence the extra 2 lines here, superlative chronometer, officially certified. It's in honest condition. Right? The hands are original, but the tritium seems to be reapplied at a certain point in time. Maybe it's less attractive visually to some because you have 3 different shades between the luminous pip, the hands, and the tritium of the dial. But again, for the right price point, it could be an interesting piece for daily wear. This is 5512 from roughly 1966, meters first dial, 4-liner, and the estimated value is 60 to 10,000 Swiss francs. Barlight Broker, how do we bid? You can sign up on their website. This is Antiquorum Geneva. I'll give you their main page as a link. And once you register, you can catch the listings on the main page, which should also have instructions for you to place an absentee bid. Unless, of course, you are going to find yourself in Geneva on November 5th and 6th, in which case you should rather savor the environment in person, which is always very, very exciting. And yeah, Piaget Polo is a very nice watch. It's a great alternative to the more, to the usual suspects of the stainless steel luxury sports watch genre. It's a nice choice. This is lot 438, and I'm sure you get now how much original condition makes a difference. This is a gilt dial, everything original, hands, dial, the bezel insert with the red triangle at 12 o'clock. You see the rather square crown guards are appropriate for the period. The gilt dial is beautifully preserved, but also wonderfully patinated. You have the original riveted oyster bracelet. Lot 438 has accordingly an estimate of 100 to 150,000 US dollars or Swiss francs. And you see on this gilt dial, of course, just as the minute tracks shine through in gilt, so does the Submariner writing, as well as the Rolex Oyster Perpetual logo and the crown. Very beautiful and desirable example. Lot 438 has an estimated value of $100,000 to $150,000. You have again a very nice example of a 5513 from the same time period, fitted with a Jubilee bracelet in this case. Again, everything original, everything aged in a harmonious and beautiful fashion. That gilt dial is pretty special. You know, you have to go pre 1967 or so for those examples, and there is a hefty premium attached to it. Usually, this is lot 439 with an estimated value of $30,000 to $40,000. Hi, Professor.
Oh, hello. Good morning.
Surprise, surprise.
Yes, surprise, surprise. I put a nice picture of the sea.
Right. Are you traveling?
No,
Are you...
I'm tired.
So you wanted to take a look at the sea, huh?
Yes, I'm traveling Sunday. Big journeys, long distance.
Very cool. Very cool. Are you just waking up?
No, I woke up as I was listening to you, but
Oh,
it's just now the sunrise, and I'm enjoying the sunrise.
Mm.
I can show you because it's a nice sunny sunrise from where I am. We see the ducks as well. Oh, wonderful.
Yeah, you always give Tony Soprano vibes, and I guess with the ducks, you kind of complete the whole image, huh?
Oh, here, let me see. How do I reverse the camera? That's very interesting. How do we do these things? I have no idea, but
right. This is not the stream for that, I guess, huh?
yeah, no, I'll show you. It's very simple. I mean, as you can see, this is a wonderful stream and beautiful sunrise.
Very nice.
And here you have the little ducks going around in the morning. Well, throughout the day. That's yes. This is the famous stream. It's a famous stream.
Not to be confused with our live stream. That's an actual stream.
Yes, this is an actual stream. Yeah. Our stream is different. It's related to the Passion.
It's virtual. but
Yeah,
no less real. No less
we
real for that.
we all have funny names.
Oh yeah. Welcome back. Welcome back.
Welcome back.
Where
Buenos dias.
what what did you have in mind today?
Today I thought we were gonna bash AP, but it all depends how's your mood.
I don't know. I was actually just reaching the part of the auction where they have a number
Ah,
of interesting early Royal Oaks, perpetual calendars, 5402 jumbos, in stainless steel, in
mm,
uh, in even yellow gold. Um, I don't know. We can, and even this Jubilee version. Um,
mm,
in 1992 for the 20th anniversary, this was the first time when AP produced Royal Oak jumbos with an exhibition case back, as you can see, with that uh, specially designed, skeletonized, full gold 21K
mm.
Jubilee rotor.
When they were producing watches and not stones with watches.
Yes, this is 14802, reference number 14802BA. It was a limited edition of 1,000 pieces for the 20th anniversary of the Royal Oak. These were released in 1992. There was a slight
Mm,
lull between this reference and 15202, which came out at the 40th anniversary of the Royal Oak.
mm,
But nevertheless, 14802 is quite limited in number, historically significant, um, and very desirable for that. In yellow gold with this champagne dial, I think it's a very, very elegant piece. But as you can see, the estimated value reflects the rarity, 130,000 to 230,000 US dollars. Um, this is
mm.
lot 450. And before that, they had a 5402, which is the original reference of the Royal Oak
This is
Jumbo.
nice.
Oh,
This is
yeah. With
beautiful.
you see that pale blue version of the dial. I think it's really patinated into that. I'm guessing it was a little darker, probably, in its original release, but maybe even more attractive this way. And I kind of enjoyed the slight contrast between the white gold bolts and the satin brush
Mm.
surface of the yellow gold octagonal bezel. Nice harmony between that and the dial as well.
Nice price as well.
By all means. And an early number, 118. Classy watch, Royal, I mean, Audemars Piguet and Royal Oak, very historical, legacy brand, legacy watch with lots of history. The Jaeger-LeCoultre caliber 920, which they modified and assembled as 2121, to this day, as you know, is the thinnest automatic watch movement with a full rotor. So a very important piece, has carries a lot of the hallmarks of horological history, modern design.
The Bulgari Octo, does it have a full rotor or semi?
That's a micro rotor. So it's
It's a micro. Okay.
with
Yeah.
micro
Mm.
rotor, you have self-winding calibers that are much thinner, but
Yeah. Yeah.
with a full rotor, JLC 920 is still the
Mm.
thinnest
Mm.
self-winding caliber. That's also a watch that I really like, actually, among modern designs. If money were no object, I would most certainly acquire one. This is lot 448. It's an A series Royal Oak Jumbo Extra Thin, reference 5402, with an estimated value of $80,000 to $120,000. So one of the first 1,000 steel Royal Oaks produced.
So somebody is asking. It's funny if I am a real professor. The answer is yes. I am a real professor.
Yes.
With a PhD, not a BBC. Oh, funny enough. Sorry, Lord. Um,
Yes, sir.
I made well, you know this, but the audience don't. But I was asked to do an interview to talk about the economy of our beautiful United Kingdom yesterday, prior to the election of Mr. Sunak, which we
Mm.
correctly predicted. And now you will correct me and say, no, I predicted. Anyway, it was
Yeah.
obvious
No, I mean,
that
I
he
don't
was.
look, I'm a very fair person, as you know. I don't want to take credit for things that
No,
I haven't actually done. So
yeah,
that's
no,
all.
it's fine. It's just it's the astrology in me, not the astronomer. So it's the astrology. Anyway, it's very difficult to predict things, but yes, I said that Sunak, and it was obvious to me as a human being that he will be the next prime minister. But I appeared on an interview half an hour before he was elected or voted in as prime minister, and they asked me, "Who do you think?" I said, "It's going to be Sunak," and but that didn't win me any lottery ticket after he was announced. Um, but that's all. So yes, I do professing, and I also am a professor. Um,
By the way, as always, your fans are gushing with love.
oh,
Bruce G,
love.
Mamba. Um,
Mamba, hello Mamba, hello Bruce G. Yes, Mamba, wonderful, wonderful, very good people. And Inquisitive Data 11.
yes. He's apparently looking to get Zenit DeFi Skyline on the secondary market. I think that's also, again, I'm not a huge fan of contemporary Zenit myself, but that's neither here nor there. But I like the DeFi Skyline. At least the dial has some sort of unique interest, carries Zenit's own signature, own symbol, so to speak, right here. But yeah, I think they should be around five, maybe $6,000. I would always look for condition. If you can find something that's relatively unworn, I think these could be good deals on the market. If you ask me, I would say remain patient. Give yourself like a delayed New Year's gift in February or something. Then you can find perhaps even better deals. Because no rush. This is not a limited production watch. This is a watch that's still actually being produced. So unless you really want it now, I would wait until February. And for sure, in the secondary market, you'll find even better deals then.
Sorry.
Did you kick yourself out momentarily there, or was it
Yeah,
just...
yeah. I'm pressing all kinds of things here. Sorry.
Barlight Broker? I don't, one of the distinctive things about this platform is we don't, we don't look down upon any kind of watch. We do aspire, just like you do. We love watches that are not necessarily within our own budget, that are perhaps in a way aspirational. But hey, I have a three-piece Seiko collection as well, in addition to my luxury watches, and I'm looking forward to expand because my two friends, Jack Carlson and Eric Wind, are coming out again with a new limited edition of Seiko watches, um, being announced in a few days, in New York. So I look forward to acquiring at least one of those two. So I love Japanese watches. I always go for mechanical calibers, but quartz can be a nice choice for especially dressier pieces. Pieces that you will use only on occasion. If you don't like winding your watches, setting your watches when you pick them up, weeks and months after the last time, quartz is always an option. I'm very Catholic when it comes to my approach to horology.
I am Catholic when it comes to horology. Okay. I like that.
Cool. That wasn't that. I mean, in the sense, like, I embrace it all.
Yeah. I like it. I also like the other title you gave, the Rolexification of Patek. I think that was a stroke of genius.
It was a stroke, all right, but I don't know if it's genius or not.
It's okay. It's okay. We have to praise each other.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
How are we going to call this AP thing? What do we call them?
I don't know. So let's pull it up. Let's pull it up. Let's pull it up and
Let's
start
put it.
from there.
Let's do some good service. And then I have to tell you some news. I went to see my famous authorized dealer, and they told me of some news, not surprising to all of us, but anyway, that's
Wait, what watches off? What was it? Watches off Swaziland?
watches of. That's even better. That's a great. I think you are having a boot of great inspiration, Lord.
It's the cigar that I was smoking. I think it's been enriching my lungs, thickening my voice,
Yes.
rushing some extra blood into my brain cells.
Okay.
So, what is this? So these are fully gem set Royal Oaks in either 37 or 41 millimeters, and in all colors of the rainbow. Am I understanding it right? Sorry, please go ahead.
No, please. Play.
I am playing. Can we see it?
Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't want to turn on the volume anyways. Tutti Frutti. I remember that. Do you remember that show, Professor?
Tutti Frutti.
It was a very, very tasteful late night Italian game show. If you know, you know. After hours.
You are a true cosmopolitan. I have to say.
Yes. But when it comes to when it comes to my appreciation of the of women, I'm also very Catholic. And make of
Oh,
that what you will.
oh, oh.
Whether it
Well,
means celibate or all embracing, I will leave it to you to figure.
all right.
Yeah, I'm not. Look, I mean, from a historical standpoint, and a lot of the audience knows how much I love Audemars Piguet, and especially the Royal Oak. Um, I also like the kind of aesthetic elements that they have been bringing onto this case over the years. The Florentine finishes that they applied to the dials and the bracelets, certain elements of gem setting that they have done as well, especially for the indices, when it's discrete and when it's just small flawless diamonds. um I have also loved um one of the unique models they have released for the 50th anniversary, the Carolina Bucci edition in 34 millimeters in black ceramic and this rainbow dial. But this particular series is a little outside of my wheelhouse, I have to admit. But then again, a lot of times these kinds of releases, for better or worse, are publicity stunts. They're not meant to be available or even accessible to the wider public. They are released to garner a certain kind of attention, and as they are very open about it, to celebrate a very specific anniversary, which is the 50th anniversary. So I don't have anything good or bad to say about this, honestly. I find them as artistic executions that I don't necessarily appreciate, but that I don't really find anything to complain about either.
It's just a piece of jewelry.
Yes, which is not a bad thing.
No, no, no. It's a piece of jewelry. I buy that.
To me,
It's
this
nothing.
is.
No.
Sorry, go ahead while I pull
Yeah,
this up.
it's not about the mechanism. It has nothing to do with any improvement. It's just the looks, jewelry, piece of jewelry. You buy it. I mean, is a man gonna wear a 41 millimeter? I can imagine. Yes, there will be men, especially the artists, who will flock and buy into that. Fine.
The-
AP is
the-
trying to make a statement. You guys at Rolex and Omega, one copied the other, and Tudor, you're coming up with all these colors, and we will come with gemstones that are colorful. The hell with you. We're upscaling the whole thing. Our jewelry department is excellent, and this is what we will produce.
So from the experimental editions that they have produced for the 50th anniversary, beyond the new reference, right, 16202, which I appreciate, even if it's not available to me or to people like me, for that matter. Um, this was the one I actually really liked. And of course, there are two significant hurdles when it comes to this. One is not a huge problem for me. The other one is an even bigger impediment. It's just a limited edition of 300. So that's the big obstacle. The smaller obstacle is it's 34 millimeters. But, with my skinny wrists, I don't think that would have been a problem. I like the fact that this is all black ceramic, so that's very exciting. I love the fact that it has this um, especially designed dial by the Florentine jeweler Carolina Bucci that fits with this all black aesthetic of the watch, but is also reflecting all these different colors of the rainbow. So for a rainbow watch that AP has produced for the 50th anniversary, this is my choice. It's a very unique piece. It's a very beautiful piece. And
How much is it selling?
this is 57,000. So if it were available, it's not the most outrageous thing they have in their catalog, to be honest. 77,350 CE, as in ceramic.
So you pay 1,000 and a bit for each year. Okay.
Yes.
Sorry, I'm an economist, so I think in numbers. Okay. Yeah, why not? Yeah, I personally, there is the kinky in me that likes the 50th in gold. I don't know
Of
what
course.
has gotten to me recently with gold and platinum. I'm going crazy. Ah, yes, yeah. Oh, these two. Yeah.
No, I like them both. I mean, I prefer this one that's like a fumé charcoal gray
Mm. And then there's the
against the
other
rose
one.
gold.
Where's the other one?
And the other one, I actually made a little short video
Yes. Yes.
juxtaposing this with tropical dial vintage gold subs, which I found to be an interesting aesthetic comparison. So I will post a short link to that here as well.
It's a
I like them
beautiful
both.
watch. Yeah, how much is this one now for poor professor here?
75,000, I think,
Oh
74,100.
my God. Wow. All right. Hmm. Yeah, a lot of money, at least for me. But
Of course.
I don't know. I was thinking, I was philosophizing. I asked my daughter,
Mm.
"Hey," I said, "you know, which one should Daddy get as he's aging?" And well, I didn't say that. As he's aging and he's gonna be uh, probably I'll spend less time on this earth than the amount of time I've already spent. So there you have it.
God
Um,
forbid.
so she said, "Daddy, you're spending. If you buy these watches, you're going to spend a lot of money. We can do so many things with this money." I said, "Good point. Excellent. At least sensible." Then I said, "Okay, but between the two, which one do you like?" And they all said to me that why don't you buy, instead of buying a collection of watches, um, why don't you buy one watch and you keep it, and this is the one watch you're going to wear because you only have one wrist.
Hmm.
So it seems the new generation is thinking about one watch and instead of a collection of watches. So it'll be interesting. The question is, what's that one watch?
Some
That could
interesting.
be a nice watch, the 50th anniversary gold.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not, again, I'm interested in the releases, not necessarily chasing any one of them. Not that it's realistic at all, but the 50th anniversary aspect, if we are talking about the special rotor they have, that doesn't really interest me.
Mm.
Um, but yeah, I like the fact that they have finally uh, redesigned a new caliber, something in house, something that has a different kind of architecture, to replace the 2121 that was built on the Jaeger-LeCoultre 920 base. And as you know, it is slightly thicker, the movement itself, the caliber itself, but they preserved the thinness of the case nevertheless, which is a decent achievement. They increased the power reserve from 40 hours to 52, which is respectable, but nothing to write home about, of course. and the limited waterproofness remains the same, of course, which again is what it is, right? I mean, this is not a Rolex Oyster case. It's not a screw down crown. So it will remain 50 millimeter of a depth rating for this generation as well.
Just to answer the question, Lord, the question directed to me, yes, I have a PhD in economics. But I don't think it's... Who cares?
Well, apparently the person who asked the question cares, but you never have to answer any of these
I don't
questions.
have to answer any of these questions? Okay, I can stay.
Not necessarily.
I can be cryptic. I can be cryptic.
Of course. You should be like me. I refuse to answer those kinds of questions. I don't think it's anyone's business.
I tend to be transparent, as you know, but I'm stupid.
No, I'm shady. I'm shady.
Okay. So what shall I say? Zoology. That's an interesting subject.
Barlight Broker says you can buy a bunch of nice things for 50K. A watch seems like a bit too little for 50K. I have to agree. You know, anything more than 10,000 for me really stretches the limits of my imagination. But there are some very nice pieces that I aspire to and that I can possibly afford that go beyond that. Nevertheless, it's an interesting exercise. I agree with you for the most part, Barlight. It has to...
He says too little or too much?
No, the watch, you know, to pay $50,000 and just get a wristwatch out of it seems to be getting too little. That's what he...
too little. Yes. Of course. I agree. Of course. And I agree with Lord what you said, 10,000 mark. Yeah. Is that what you were going to say?
No, Data, you're allowed to ask and address anything as long as you are not harassing anyone in particular, you know, or otherwise contravening YouTube's guidelines. You can ask anything, but people are free to respond or not to respond to it. That's all I was saying. Yes, we can get a collection review. That's one of my next videos. I'm working on something on the Habring 2 perpetual calendar chronograph, which I will release by midweek. I'm also going to special showcase of the Berthoud watches at Chopard tomorrow. So there's going to be a video on that as well. After that, we can have a collection review. Unless I'm adding a new piece soon, but I'm resisting. I'm waiting until February, hopefully. But I'm also tempted to reward myself for either my upcoming birthday or the landmark 1,000 subscribers that I've just reached, and the monetization of the channel. So we'll see. But yes, Dada, I know you are new to the channel and you're more than welcome. Please don't feel alienated because people choose, including me, by the way, because we choose not to answer certain questions. It's nothing personal. You know, everyone has their red lines. I respect them. I expect others to respect them too, but you're also more than welcome to test them. You know, we don't get angry about these things, and we will certainly not single you out in any way. This is an interesting question. Well, I have a couple of things in mind. You know, my viewers know that I like usually the vintage stuff, but because of the vintage vibe that it exudes, I have been very interested in the bronze Black Bay 58. So that's an option. I don't know if it's happening anytime soon, but it's very possible. I might go for another vintage piece again. You know, the most recent thing that I added to my collection is the, 40s chronograph that I'm wearing now. I will just show it here. And, a lot of the other watches that you will see in the shorts on my channel are my pieces, like the ones you see in the sunlight environment, in the natural environment. Those are my watches. Others are wrist shots and other videos that I take in watch boutiques. So you can get a general idea of my collection without having to wait until I prepare the video or until I dedicate a live stream to it. Yeah, data. The problem is I'm not really interested in a lot of the hype pieces, So it is what it is. We will see. We will see. But Nick, nice to see you, man. And Barlight has a good point here, and this is something that we repeat on this channel. The longer you wait, the better deals there will be, and this is especially true for this particular stretch of time. The prices are dipping. They will continue to dip. They will continue to go down. They have not stabilized yet, so maybe I should just wait until February. We will see. Yeah, I haven't met Dino Rossi, Barlight broker. Would love to meet him. If you have his information, feel free to pass on the link to my channel, and he's always more than welcome to jump on a live stream, and maybe we can do something special later on. Mookie, hey, we didn't really review it. We can go back, and I'll let the professor talk a little bit. I think I talked too much and was mostly defensive. So maybe I'll let the professor take over.
No, go ahead. Let's listen if we can.
Oh yeah. Well, I mean, I think it's better this way because when we talk over it, it's educational, it's informative, so we don't have to worry about getting a strike for it.
Yeah, no, I think you said it all. I think you clearly said that this is it's a gemstone exercise. It's more about the jewelry part than the watch part. I mean, of course, people will say, but gem setting on a watch is a difficult business. But it's all about the jewelry and selection of jewelry and the stones going on a watch, rather than what is the innovation behind the watch. They're pushing the envelope, right, in jewelry setting. That's it. I think that's what one can say. I think it will be popularly appealed. It will be grabbed by people because probably they'll have it in limited numbers and colors. As I said before, they're making a statement. You guys, Rolex, produced different colors on the dial, and we're producing different colors with gems, with stones. And this is where we differentiate each other. You're selling it for 6, we're selling it for, I don't know, 60, 80.
Yeah, Yeah, I mean, I won't repeat exactly what I said, Muki, but just to give you a quick summary, um, look, I mean, Royal Oak has been a reliable canvas for Audemars Piguet to show off these sorts of specialized finishes and jewelry work and gem setting in the past. I find this more of a showcase and marketing exercise than anything else. Of course, it's not a concept, pure and simple. These are certainly wearable watches in a way, not for me, but I know there will be people interested in them. I know there will be people buying them in the limited numbers in which they will be produced. But ultimately, it's nothing that would concern the average enthusiast, even the diehard fans of the brand. I think it's mostly a way for AP to celebrate the 50th anniversary, a way for AP to generate some publicity
Income.
by an by an extravagant exercise, and it's a way to mark up excessively the amounts of money they can ask for a 37 millimeter or 41 millimeter case, right? Don't think for a second that it's a coincidence that they chose 37 and 41 rather than the jumbo, because jumbo sells anyways. So that has its own attraction. What do we do to make the 37 and 41 a little more interesting? And what can we do to produce special versions of those case sizes, the reduced size and the large size, that adds some aesthetic attraction and allows us to mark them up 2-3 times at a pop. So the professor is right on the money there.
No, there will. I agree. There will be. These will be much sought after by. I think the singing community, the artists. Funky watches. You wear them. You put around. I mean, these are not. Even if I had the money, guys, I wouldn't buy these watches. This is not for me. I would buy what Lord said. Either the jumbo or something more historic, and go with that. But they're just making a statement. On top of it, they will make a lot of money, and this is how they differentiate from the rest of the crowd. It's all about marketing and differentiation. They can do it. They will do it. They are putting it on the existing platform, as Lord said, 37 to 41 millimeters. They're not innovating beyond that. And that's it. Nothing to it.
Yeah, I know Yossi actually. Barlight, I know Yossi. He closed his storefront in Beverly Hills, though. He's not around anymore. I don't know what he's doing these days, but I know him. He also had a reality show, I think, that used that pawn shop setting based in Beverly Hills. But yeah, as Bruce G says, AP outsources the gem setting. They have always been very transparent about this, and even in this video, they are with the CEO of that company, Salanitra, which does the gem setting, gem selection, gem setting, etc. They have always been doing their jewelry watches and their gem setting and their artisan kind of jewelry work in collaboration with specialists for quite some time. And I like the fact that they are transparent about that. But that doesn't change the fact that, again, as the professor said, they pay the craftsmen, or the outsourcing costs them very negligible compared to the markups that these sorts of models come in.
And by the way, everybody does it in the industry.
Of course.
Bruce was very good at pointing out that AP is transparent, but it's the same thing with Rolex. You know, you buy the day date, you pay 3 times. It's like buying 3 watches. You're not buying the gold; you're buying whatever it means to have a gold watch by Rolex or Patek or AP or
Yeah.
BBC or CBS, whatever that means. You know, you're not buying it for, if you want to buy gold, you just go and buy a bar. You know, you can get it online and actually wear it if you like, and that's it. You know, otherwise,
I know you always say this, Professor. Mitchell, so nice to see you, man. I do miss you. It's been a while since I saw you in the chat. Lovely to see you. Barlight, actually, that store he had on South Beverly Drive, it was always very well stocked. And before this whole craze about watches and watch collecting and watch investing that seeped into the mainstream, he actually had quite fair prices as well, because he was mostly interested in volume, as most serious jewelry people are. You know, watches come in uh, as really pawned for him. You know, very he buys very cheap, so he could turn them around at a significant profit, even as the prices still remain reasonable for the customers. So he had a good operation going at a certain point, but I think there were some aspects of the business that were a little more unseemly. No comment on my part, but that seems to be what brought him down eventually. But yeah, Dino Rossi would be an interesting name. He is actually Yossi Dina.
Yossi, Dina. Okay, now I'm really confused. You guys are talking esoteric stuff. Oh, cigar. Nice. What
Yeah,
cigar are you smoking?
this is like a second grade Bolivar, so it's not Cuban.
Okay, well, that's fine. It's very nice.
Thank you, Professor. Mamba says, random question. I am all but dissertation in financial
Oh,
economics,
excellent.
but I now make more as a practitioner. Do you think the opportunity cost leaving my profession and completing my dissertation is worth it? Aha.
Aha.
Interesting question.
Okay, what is his name again? Sorry.
Mamba. Mamba.
Mamba. Mamba. Oh, I didn't know that. Okay, Mamba. Um, Obviously, if you are ABD, it means that you have been involved on it for 4 years or so, or 5, right? If you're really smart, 3 years. So you have done most of the coursework, and you're just, another 6 months to 9 months to finishing your dissertation. Now, I was in a similar situation, um, like yourself, and I ended up getting a job, um, leaving my university and working for the international financial institutions in Washington, D.C. And so, however, I did realize that I had to finish, and I went back and finished. So I left my job and went back. I think it's important for you to do it, unless you have other reasons, family, maybe money. You need to make money and you need to pay off debts. I think you need to go back. You owe it to yourself, because getting into a PhD is not easy, and it requires the discipline to finish it. If you are in a good program, in a good university, you should definitely complete your dissertation. Um, and I think you will not have the opportunity to finish it. And in my time, um, a lot of things happened when my professor, my supervisor, told me that I did a lot of hard work writing, doing research, and I only had to finish the writing bit, and I just went back to Cambridge, Massachusetts, to finish it. And I just sat in a house for 6 months. I didn't do anything, and I just wrote the damn thing. And I call it the damn thing because it's just, a PhD is all about supervised work. It's nothing to do with writing your own book. And so you're being pampered a little bit. You're being told, take this out, write this. I'm sorry if I'm alienating 99% of the viewers, but my quick answer to you, Mamba, is just finish it. I know the money is sweet, and I was very poor. And when I went actually to work for the international financial institutions, it's the first time I had real money, and I got my first watch, which was, with that money, it was a Rolex. And it felt good. But remember, 3, 4 years of hard work, don't throw it away, just finish it. And then you will look back when you are in your 40s and 50s and say, my God, I had to finish this thing. And it's good I finished it, because had it not been for some crazy guy called El Profesor and another crazy guy called Lord, I mean, what kind of names are they giving to themselves? Then, I wouldn't have done it. And that's, if you can call us in 2 years and say, hey, guys, I finished the damn thing. At some point, I was so despondent after I finished my PhD because, I went through my own thinking. I thought, what will I do with my PhD? I will just wrap some souvlaki, some gyro, and put the gyro inside. But look, finish it. That's my advice. Just finish it. Sit down, discipline yourself, and present it. And in 6 months, you're good to go, right? You don't need a lot of more work. There you go. Free
Uh,
advice.
yeah, I mean, that's great advice. I'm not sure if that kind of advice is offered in another watch channel, but this is the channel with El Profesor as its heavyweight. So I appreciate that. Yeah. Thank you, Data, by the way. Thank you for showing interest in my collection. I wrote the ones that I have there. I also have, I was writing this. I also have a 3-piece Seiko collection as well. So I dropped that in there as well.
You actually wear one of it when you exercise. I've seen you.
Yeah, I wear it all the time. I wear all 3 of them. Those are my pool watches, gym watches. Those are the ones that I usually wear. If I find myself in an unfamiliar environment, in someone else's living space or bed.
Oh, bed. I like that. The bed I like. It's a pity we don't attract a lot of women in this channel.
No, I think, I mean, have you seen my face? Of course not. It's okay.
What? Why?
Okay,
What's
we
wrong
try.
with your face?
We try.
I don't know.
It's, I mean, it is what it is. Yeah.
No, it's fine. It's fine. If you have the glass of whiskey and the cigar, these are very nice, attracting things.
Yeah, like a cigar case, etc.
Yeah.
Mookie, yes, the Lemania is pretty new. There must be a recent wrist roll of that on the channel. I'm wearing it now. This is the piece. For me, it's the perfect poor man's Patek, and there's a historical significance to it too. As you know, Lemania was the producer of that movement base that was used in so many different chronograph based watches from Omega to Patek to Roger Dubuis to Daniel Roth to Breguet, of course, which you know is also one of the other bookends of my collection, and which is the watch that helped me get into the chronographs as a genre seriously, because before that I was a time only watch guy for the most part. And I like the fact that, again, Lemania, having been bought by Breguet in the 90s and having been integrated into Breguet as Nouvelle Lemania, connects into my collection in that way too. So yeah, it just made a lot of sense. It was in decent condition, very honest condition. It was, excuse my verbiage, but dirt cheap. So it was a great pickup. I've always wanted like a small precious metal dress watch. It serves that function as well. So it was kind of perfect. Right place, right time, and a great little watch. Love wearing it.
Yeah. Can I say something to Mamba, since he has
Yes,
been
sir.
asking all these follow-up questions? Yeah, I agree with you, Mamba. Being a researcher, teaching, even a professor, you don't make a lot of money unless you work in the Ivy Leagues and you have a full tenured professorship, and you do a lot of consulting on the sidelines or part of your deal with the university. So, it's a long journey to, until you get 50, 60 to make serious money. And that's only a handful of people who end up doing it. And while you do that, you need to write your books, and they need to be, positively reviewed and all of that stuff. It's a long journey, my friend. So, 2 years, it's fine. If you've spent already 2 years, you have another 2 years to go. You don't necessarily need to be an academic, right? You can just take your PhD and move on. But having spent 2 years is a long time. So, just as they say, be disciplined about it and move on. It will help you in your career, but certainly academia is very, very brutal, and it doesn't pay off unless, you are a genius, you are a protege of, Nobel laureates, and you make it into the top, 10 universities, predominantly in the US, because economics is rewarded in the US if you are in the top universities. If you are in the UK, you're basically on a poverty salary, and you have time to write books which nobody reads, and to do watch collecting without any money and appear on live streams.
Good call, Professor. Yeah, Mookie, it would be a pleasure. There are a few shorts. You can also see it on my Instagram, for example, here. I have the original bracelet as well, in stainless steel. I find it a little too shiny, a little too eye-catching when it's on the full bracelet. So I like wearing it on a leather strap for some contrast. It also, somehow reflects that pilot's chrono vibe as well. Shamba says, "Love you, Prof." We love you too, Shamba. And hey, Mamba, thank you also for asking these questions, for allowing the professor to, expound on his expertise a little bit and give you some life advice. I like the fact that that we have these kinds of conversations in on this channel. Mamba says, "Love you, Professor. My undergraduate honors thesis was supervised by Professor David Card And Shamba Basher, thank you for this generous contribution. 179 pounds sterling. Love you, Prof. And Shamba says, P.S. Like you, I know all about the brutality of academia.
Yeah, and it's a thankless task, by the way. I completely agree. Yeah, but not to make it any bigger than it is. I mean, if Mamba, if you studied with David Card, right? Uh, I mean, he he's a labor economist, which is great. Partially, I am a labor economist myself, but I don't cover the American economy. I cover some funny economies, which American academia doesn't care. Hence, I'm not in the Ivy League system, although I studied in the Ivy League system. But Card is a fantastic name if you studied under him, and you're in a very good PhD program now. He was at UC Berkeley, where I did my postdoctorate work. It's a fantastic university. In fact, the UC Berkeley has more Nobel laureates than any other university in the US, and not just in economics, but in all fields. It's a fantastic place. So obviously you have the pedigree and you have the background, right? Just stick to it and do it and finish it and throw it afterwards. Just don't even call yourself doctor. People call me doctor this and doctor that, and I say, hell with that. What am I a doctor in? It's just a phase in everybody's life. You feel you need to do it, just do it. When I was an undergrad, it was my second year of undergrad, and I wanted to continue, and then I got a call to go and serve in the military. Um, and you need to serve in where I'm from, for a couple of years, 2 to 3 years. So I said to myself, oh, okay, I'm gonna go and serve in some special force. I'm gonna get this special force. I was like a 19-year-old kid. Right? And a friend of mine said to me, hey, listen, man, what are you going to do? Go and serve? In 3 years, you're going to be an army boy, and you're going to screw up your career and all of that. So I listened to him. I was very upset. I listened to him. Unfortunately, that guy died, but then I continued, moved on. I graduated, and then I just went on with my life. I look back and I say he was right. Had I gone into the military, probably I would have stayed in the military because I loved it in general, and I would have missed out on some other things. But look, my advice is just sit down and do it. 2 years, 2 years. Obviously, you have the background. If you studied under Card, and take it from there. But it is a thankless task, and you need to be look. Whatever you guys study today, as I tell my students and my kids, most likely you will study something and do something else in life, right? Gone are the days where you study economics and you become an economist. You study whatever and you end up in the same profession. Today things are changing dramatically in our countries, and you will end up doing very different things. Keep an open mind, innovate, be entrepreneurial about yourselves. Don't think like Patek Philippe, which is, let's drink, eat, and produce one watch which is the same over the last 50 years, just because we got a nice gravy train of oligarchs who buy our watches. Be outside your comfort zone. That's my experience from my own, and I was very lucky. I started very young. I was the youngest in my department, in the Department of Economics, and I ended up exiting the oldest. So I took the longest. I ended up being the fantastic economist, young, and then I ended being, how are we gonna get rid of this guy? So my advice: finish it and move on.
Yeah, I think the gist of it is not that I know anything about these things, but finish what you started. I think, like you said, Professor, he has already invested all this time and effort, and then he can go his own way and already has experience in the industry, apparently. So that's going to help him and not hold him back. That's all we can say. Thank you, Mamba. Thank you for being here, and thank you for asking this question. Um, let's see what we can do. We have another. I was gonna end it in about around midnight, but since we are 12:35 now, I'll go for another 25 minutes, Professor. If you want to stay on, that would be great. But otherwise, I will just push through myself. I
Okay.
know you're
Okay.
busy.
Yeah, I'm a little bit busy, but I'll stay. I'll stay as much as I can.
Um, so beyond the AP bashing, which didn't go as promised, because I was getting a little defensive. What do we do? Data. We're not talking about me. Again, nothing personal, but I'm not interested in talking about myself. This channel, even though it has certain tendencies towards self-indulgence and narcissism on my part, it's not about me. It's about watches. So we'll continue to talk about watches. Professor, I wanted to ask you about this, because I have done an episode when you were even busier and couldn't really attend the live stream. I did a show on how the watch industry responds to moments of crisis, and specifically moments of financial crisis, as it was the case for the Asian crisis, as it was the case in 2008. And I came up with a few points, which I developed in conversation with this article that I sent you as well, from A Collected Man. You remember that piece? Have you had?
Yeah, I remember. Yeah.
And I was really interested. I will pull that up as well. I was really interested, not only in the insights they provide about the distribution networks and the opening of the watch market to a broader customer base, as well as to different kinds of customers, which are developments that we started seeing increasingly since the first decade of the 21st century. I was intrigued by one of the insights of their piece, which talks about how these established brands start acting in a way recursively, right? They go back to their archives and focus increasingly on designs that have a sort of timeless appeal, towards models that have proven to always sell well for them, to those heritage designs that have defined them for quite some time. And in a way, you started talking about it in a roundabout sense with your comments on Patek Philippe. What do you think these giants of watchmaking industry, the big four, Rolex, Vacheron Constantin, Audemars Piguet, Patek Philippe, will respond to the coming recession from a design standpoint, from the perspective of their releases that are in the pipeline, 2, 3, 4 years from now? And of course, we are in the mode of forecast, in the mode of speculation. I'm not asking for any specific answers. I just want to benefit from your wisdom a little bit in this perspective.
Wisdom, yeah. Okay. Look, all I can say is that in more difficult times, they tend to, as you point out, and also the article, they tend to revert back to, let's say, the mean, right? Something that they know, they have worked on it. Does this mean that they will do the big pieces, the expensive pieces? Well, I think for some of them, they have already done it, but also the challenge is more how many of the new pieces they will spread over time rather than how many they will announce over 2 to 3 years. So the concentration of announcements, right? So I think they have the power because none of these watchmakers, they do have a 10-year plan, and they break them into 5-year plans, right? The Crown has a 10-year plan and a 5-year plan. And within that, they know more or less what they're going to be producing. They do try to forecast, but also they know which model is for which region. And I think in Rolex's case, they were very aware of what was going on in Asia over the last year and a half with the closures and the lack of travel. And that played a lot into their thinking of certain releases, which they have pushed back. Remember, the Asia market is very important, not just for Rolex, but Patek, AP, Vacheron, all of them. That's a significant market. Of course, the US is the second most important, and now it's the most important because Asia has closed and China itself is going through a recession, and the same for Hong Kong. But overall, I think they mean revert. So they will, for instance, in the case of Patek is unique because they're going through the Rolex way, but Rolex is going to go now through the steel way. So Patek is announcing precious metals, gems, and all of that gimmicky stuff. Where it produces income, remember, this is crazy income for them. And for Rolex, they will move into the steel market. Again, I'm predicting. God knows what they end up. I don't have the inside. I'm not sitting inside there. Look, So I'm just predicting like you. I think they will go the steel way more, and some of the innovative pieces, they will discontinue some and move on. I think this is the proven recipe through a recession. Having said all this, in a recession, what happens? I remember the 2008 and 9 one. All of them had problems pushing the heavy pieces. What do I mean by heavy? The heavy are the precious metals, the gems, and all of that. And we will see problems in the coming 2 years with the heavy pieces. There will be discounts on them, and it will be easy to find the Datejust and the platinum and all of that. You will get a 5 to 20% discount depending on the recession that your country of living goes through. But in the 2008, 2009, and prior to that, they just were easily found, and you could get a 5% discount. So I think this is what the industry will do. Now, the smaller players will go with the flow, but they will continue to produce fewer pieces, but still the precious metal ones, right? I mean, The independents will continue to produce them. I think that will be important. Richard Mill will continue to produce for the would-be billionaires or the billionaires, or the fancy gimmicky Mickey Mouse people who wear these stupid watches, in my opinion. And that's it. I think there will be some mean reversion. Also, we need to differentiate. Um, Rolex is a brand. I'll go back to it because that's the one I know best from the four you mentioned. Rolex is a different brand because they produce a lot of watches and it's an aspirational watch for the middle to upper middle class. So if these middle class people lose their jobs or they can't get jobs, obviously buying a watch will not be a top priority for them. So for AP, their clientele is not the aspirational upper middle class. It is more about the connoisseur who knows a bit more. The same for Patek. I mean, it caters for the Asian community and some of the Americans who graduate to a different kind of income and stream and whatnot. So, you know, I think this is it. Now, people can disagree,
Yeah.
but that's where I see it.
I mean, the reason I said, 2, 3 years down the road is because the product cycle, as you know, is usually about 3 years long. So if the industry is going to react in a meaningful way to the pandemic and to the geopolitical conditions, as well as the financial circumstances that seem to be taking shape now in year 2022, we'll start seeing some of the early results of that in next year, in 2024, better yet in 2025. That's why I said 2 to 3 years from now, and you have given us some inkling of the shape of things to come. I think the great example that was presented in this A Collected Man article was Gégé de Coutre, right? Because in the 90s revival of the brand, when they resurrected the Reverso under the guidance of Günther Blümlein and their CEO at the time, they started using it as a canvas for all sorts of horological experimentation, all kinds of complications, from tourbillons to minute repeaters to perpetual calendars to even more ambitious, triptych and quadriptych and, four-faced watches with astronomical complications, zodiac displays, and whatever else. And suddenly, in 2011, what happened? And 2011, of course, exactly 3 years from 2008, right? The great Great Recession, so to speak.
Yeah, it was the great financial recession, of course.
Yeah, they have, in 2011 they started coming out with reissues of the original Reverso, right? The tributes to 1931, which I love, by the way, which I adore, and which have been also absolute fan favorites. But those designs were almost down to the T recreations of their heritage design in the most simple and distilled version for the new age, for the modern era. So I think that's something that we can pocket and that we can take home in speculating for what
There
might
is,
come
so
from.
I'll share. Yeah, no, I agree, Lord. Sorry, I interrupted
No,
you.
no, go ahead. No.
There is one trick that I'm sure you guys have seen it, but one trick that was done a year and a half ago or two, I don't remember precisely, Remember when Rolex had the serial numbers based on years?
Yes.
You know why they changed it?
You tell me.
Okay, well, you know, but I'll say it. They changed it because in the older days, during a recession, um, ADs and buyers could ascertain the age of the watch. And some of these day dates were sitting for a couple of years collecting dust, right? And I had this precise discussion last night, with my friend who is an AD, of watches of Zimbabwe, as you said it. Um, and she was saying that I was saying to her, "Hey, how's the market going?" and all of that. And she said, "Look, I mean, we're offering people watches, and some of them who we thought have the money." And she gave me the example of a white gold Submariner. Um, don't want to buy the watch because they're worried about mortgage and renegotiating the mortgage. Interest rates are rising, and these are big ticket watches. And we thought these guys were committed to buying it, and they're not buying them. And I said to her, "Well, how was it before with the day dates and the heavy pieces? Now they won't know how long the sub is waiting on the shelf to be sold. You can have it for 2 years if it's not discontinued, and you can still sell it." She said precisely. So this is how the industry gets around also. It
That's
continues on the lack of transparency.
a very, very fascinating insight.
Have a look at it. Look at your watch and look at the serial number and say,
I
okay,
know.
I have this funny
I know. You
number,
you know
UV, whatever. What is UV? And you look into the internet, and UV, nobody knows what it is. They have a site, they have sites where they're predicting because they
right.
collect them, but you don't
Right. I mean,
really know.
I know. I know this very well because I come from the other end, right? I'm a vintage collector, so I know that at least in the past, based on the non-randomized serial numbers, you could have very educated guesses, one year here, 1 year there, but very specific guess as to when the
Exactly.
watch was produced. But nowadays
Exactly.
it's no longer that way. Same Peter, welcome to the channel. Nice to see you again. And yes, as Shamba says, yes, the added theft protection, the added brand protection against fakes is part of the decision, I'm sure. But the professor's insight was really unique. Now, with the randomized serial numbers for Rolex, you don't have a fail-safe way of matching the production year with a particular watch, and therefore you also don't know easily or in any straightforward manner how long the watches have been sitting in the case. And remember again, this whole thing about not finding anything in the case, watches not being available at all in authorized dealers is a very, very recent phenomenon, and it's not universal. It's probably not here to stay either.
Oh yeah, it's changing massively. Just a quick thing on this. Um, my AD friend said, "Look, we're not getting, the most popular pieces, but we're getting more watches." And the interesting part is that there is a pushback from the clients. People are saying, "Look, I'm having a difficult time. I don't know what will happen to me in the future. I'm not going to buy a watch right now." So, of course, the gray marketeers who really were there waiting, right, are completely out of the market now. So now they're going down the pecking order, um, and it will be more challenging. And I said to her that, look, I remember day dates used to sell at a discount, and I said to her, "Professor here, and you working for Watches of Zimbabwe, um, you will see in 4 to 6 months offering day dates with a discount. There will be a discount on day dates. There will be sitting on them. And this is how they will mean revert to the old system. The authorized dealer will make less of a margin, and that's how it will be.
Yeah, that's I mean, I remember those days. I also remember more recently being spurned by an authorized dealer right before the pandemic hit and things took a different shape. I had asked from them the anniversary day dates, you know, the rose gold with the olive green dial.
Mm-hmm.
Um, and I received the call. This was 5 years ago now. And I went in with every intention of getting it if they gave me the usual 20% discount. And they basically laughed me off at that time. They said, we don't do that anymore because we don't have a problem selling these watches um, at this point in time. And they were the ones that time uh, had time has proven right, at least in the short term. But like you said, um, things are reverting back to the old normal. You know, we got used to saying the new normal all the time after the pandemic, but I think when it comes to the world of watches, this was a very unique period of time. This was a very lucrative period of time, the 2 3 last years, for the secondary market, for the authorized dealers, for the Swiss watch industry in general. And I think things are eventually reverting back to the old normal, where we will see more watches in the case, where we will see discounts on certain models that are a little harder to move and that are not hyped up beyond recognition.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Um,
The other thing is that gray market, secondhand, whatever you call it, gray market prices. As we continue to say, and I'm willing to take the blame on this, is that also, guys, the gray market prices are gimmicky. It's collusive. This chrono whatever 24. It's the center of collusive cronyism of the watch industry. Um, they're pricing it at a very different level than what in reality you can buy it, and of course you can buy it at a severe discount. So whatever your thought, pricing actually, this is for Mamba. Mamba in economics, the placing of a price in a product, goes through different cycles, demand and supply, but also signaling pricing is very important, right? So for a product and a service, how do you price that service, right? You look at the market, but also you look at what you're offering. And anyway, long story short is that the gray market price is set at a much higher level than what you actually get for that watch. So
of
it
course,
could be that the Daytona, they tell you, oh, it's 35,000 for this deal, but you can actually buy it at 30 and 29,000 for the white dial, and the black you can get it for 26 or 27. So there is this gray market myth that the current price is the price. I think the prices are discounted even more. That's one thing to take away, and the second thing to take away is Mamba. You talked about the Milgauss blue. The Milgauss blue is a particular one because it is being discontinued, and ADs are getting one or two of the blue one every year. So of course, this is becoming very difficult for them to allocate because the queue is long and they want to just give it to somebody who cares. It's not a Daytona, but they don't come by.
by the
They're
way,
very rare. Yeah,
I want to say something about this because we have about 6 minutes left, and I won't take too long.
yeah, yeah.
And I'm not presenting this as a cynical or even critical point, Barlight says ADs have to make a profit, but they also have to keep the brand propped up. Again, I'm not saying that I have the facilities and expertise and heritage to produce these watches, but you should know, of course, that a watch usually costs, a luxury watch costs about 10% of what the end customer pays. So it's at a 90% markup. And
Yes.
the ADs also have at least a 40% markup on average for every single model. So when they give you a 20% discount, they're not really doing you like an impossible, selfless favor. They're not selling you something at cost, right? And again, this is not to say that I have the possibility to establish my manufacturer and make a luxury watch the next day and sell you actually at a fraction of what everyone else does. I've never been interested in that kind of project. But going back to this idea, ADs giving discounts on watches that are a little more difficult to move, on less desirable models, on less marketable brands. It's actually standard operating procedure. It was always that way, and it will come
Yes.
back.
Yeah, it will. It will, and you said it. And just to share something else, Rolex is making more margin on Tudors than on Rolex, so that people can really put things in perspective. And you're right about the figures you have given. The ADs, by the way, get 40 to 50% on the final price tag that you're paying for the watch, right? So watches of Zimbabwe gets 50%.
So,
You should look them up.
Swaziland, Swaziland, I think.
Swaziland, yeah, maybe Lesotho. Lesotho is even better. Watches of Lesotho. It's a beautiful country, actually, Lesotho, landlocked, but anyway. Um, Watches of Lesotho is a publicly traded company. You should actually look at their share price and look at their profitability in the coming 3 to 6 months. And that will also give you insights how is the watch market, especially in a company that is publicly traded in the UK. So we will analyze that. Let's see end of the year results because they are opening this huge boutique in London in Bond Street, like a huge thing for the crown. And it will be interesting if they give out discounts in the coming 6 months to a year, with the UK going into a serious recession. I mean, I want to see what they'll be selling at Watches of Swaziland.
Well, again, Barlight has a great point. You know, they a lot of times it's the authorized dealers that take on marketing at the local level, and of course they have all sorts of overhead as well. But 20% discount, that should be, you know, the standard operating procedure again. And yes, data. I do mean that, you know, a unit is produced for 1 and it is sold for 10.
Yeah, the actual production cost, because look, I've been involved in this. The production cost of a watch, is the let's say the Rolex Submariner, which retails, let's give it a price 10,000. Replacing the glass, right, is $170. Producing the glass, sourcing it, is not more than 20, right? So there are a lot of things that go into the final price, but the actual cost of the watch, for Rolex, let's say, is 5,000. Out of that 5,000, what is the margin that Rolex makes, right? And so it is pretty significant, and it goes the same way for everybody else, Patek and Audemars and all of that. Now, of course, into their price goes marketing, and Rolex marketing and branding is, it's huge, right? These are not small operations. Nothing to be compared. I mean, they're unique in that segment. All put together, the entire Swiss industry, watch industry, in terms of advertising, doesn't match that of Rolex. So when you buy the watch, you're paying also for that advertisement that they do.
Of course. And look, I mean, at the end of the day, again, that's just an observation, right? It doesn't always have to be cynical, because at the end of the day, that sort of advertising, that mixture of mythology and history, is what establishes the equity of a
Yes,
certain brand, and
exactly. You said it.
is what helps a certain uh, watch retain its value,
Yes,
uh, even its emotional value, in being passed on from generation to generation. So on the one
correct.
hand, we can have this sort of dispassionate analysis. On the other hand, it's also a way of recognizing, what puts brands like Rolex, like Patek, like Audemars Piguet in another league, when they are competing against, both on the one hand, more accessible luxury brands, and also high horology independent watchmakers as well.
Yeah, yeah. Let me just say something quickly, Lord, on something you commented. Also, Saint Peter was commenting, and everybody else, saying bar light broker and all of that. The advertisements that you see, printed, visual, billboards, and all of that, right, guys? Anywhere you go in the U.S., who pays for it, right? In the region, in your location, it's paid partially by the authorized dealer, right? It's not paid by head office. There is a special arrangement between head office and your local AD, and the local AD pays some of it, head office pays some of it, and so forth. So there are a lot of hidden costs that go into it. Also, remember the shop floor is divided into different segments. So watches of Zimbabwe has a floor dedicated to Rolex, and then it has all the other watches that they need to push through. So they take that floor space, and good luck. So it's not. All I'm saying is that there is a lot of costs that go into it than just selling the watch that the AD has to front, and of course the AD has to push watches that Rolex and others send you, which you might not want. So in a crisis, they will send a lot of gold pieces, which they don't have the customers. So I'll go back to what the AD said. She said, look, the 41 white gold sub, I don't know what to do with it because I don't have anybody else who wants to buy this watch. So I'll be stuck with it now for some time before I can get somebody to do it. And I said, what do you do when you're sent a lot of these pieces? She said, well, I don't know what to do with it because although we have people on the list, in a crisis, we have to put it on hold in the vault and, you know, manage our situation.
Again, all my sympathies to watches of Zaire. Um,
Watches of Zaire. That's
uh,
even better, man.
yeah,
How
he
did you
will.
remember Zaire?
A Rolex Beaumaye, Rolex Beaumaye. That's how I remember Zaire. Of course, now called the Democratic Republic of Congo. Um,
Very
again,
democratic.
they have all my sympathies. Uh, Again, thank you, Professor, for being here. Data downvotes are just as great. You're interacting with the channel. You are giving me more exposure by any engagement whatsoever. So feel free to downvote if you like. No
Thanks,
problem.
St. Peter.
We still love you. And St. Peter, thank you so much. $5. Thank you for your contribution. Guys, I have been live for 5 hours. The professor has been here for almost 2 hours now, maybe a little more.
I
um
have
no,
to go
Data,
and
i
work
i
now.
I genuinely mean it. I gave you very transparently. I'm very calm. You downvote, you upvote, you leave a negative comment, you engage us in the chat. All of it gives more exposure to the channel. So it really doesn't matter. As long as you're here, as long as you're listening, as long as you are writing, chatting, it's all good exposure to me. Bruce G, 4.99. Thank you for that last minute contribution for the cigar fund.
Hey,
I
Bruce G.
appreciate it.
Yeah.
Goes a long way. Thank you again, guys. St. Peter, Bruce G, Shamba Basher. Who else super chatted today? I don't want to leave any of you, but everyone else. Nick Butter, of course, and Mamba much earlier as well with the first super chat of the day. I appreciate you all. Thank you, and thank you for everyone else for engaging with the channel, for upvoting. Thank you so much. And Mamba again, 4.99. Thank you so much. You have a great night yourself. We appreciate you. We appreciate your presence. We appreciate the kind of wisdom and questions and inquisitive comments that you bring to this channel. Thank you so much, Barlight. Please stay tuned. We are here every night, and we'll see you next time. Take care, everyone. I will be reporting to you with Berthoud and Chopin tomorrow. Take care.